Hello and welcome. Had a weird connection issue there. Welcome to the Office Hours live stream, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul, Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. This is the Office Hours. I gotta change this. I got a new background, and I keep meaning to do it. And I'm gonna do it right now, chat. I'm gonna do it right now. It's not gonna be perfect, but I'm gonna change at least the beginning part. Properties. Didn't I download it? Don't want to meet. Not what I want. Give me 2 seconds, chat. I swore I downloaded it. Apparently it's not there. Oh, well. Feel bad about that. All right. How y'all doing? Because I'm unstable, but it should be fine. Hey, Luna. If it works. Hey, 9. About to drive to work for another wonderful night shift. That's sorry to hear that, buddy. I've worked night shift before, so I know how boring that can be. Elevers 2 is great. It's fantastic. I'm just here to remind you about your Redeemer's extended warranty. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the Office Hours. We'll be getting started here shortly. Sort of started. We'll be starting the discussion parts. It's been an interesting week.
Well, Star Citizen.
Do. Yeah, I'm gonna do a capsule with it because it actually did really well. It's gonna be a little baity, but it's not really baity in the sense of like, I'm not meaning to be like mad about it. I'm unsure. I would say concerned, but like I'm not really that concerned. It's more of I'm nervous about it. I'm getting depressed rather than hyped for Star Citizen patches. Is that normal after 10 years? Yeah, it might mean that you just need to take a break, my brother, honestly. I started pricing supplies for CinCon, less than I thought, but still steep. Yeah, I'm not, I literally can't go. It's like, it's too expensive. If I could save up money, but if I saved up money, it would be better used for like, you know, debt payments and stuff like that. Breaks are very necessary. It's why Helldivers 2 has been great. The fantastic break from Star Citizen, and I'm looking forward to seeing Star Citizen evolve. But yeah, I would say cautious. Cautious is not the right word for what I'm feeling, because I'll get into it because I already watched it, but I'll get into it when I watch it again. But it feels arcadey, and I don't mean arcadey in the sense of like the actual gameplay feel, because I've played the new master modes and it doesn't feel arcade. It feels a little confusing compared to what we had before, because it's kind of a completely different style of fighting. But I understand why the knee-jerk reaction is looking at it going, oh, this is dumbing down Star Citizen.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Walker 300 just resubscribed for 15 months. Thank you for the great content. Here and on the Historian.
Thank you so much, I'm Walker, for that 15 months. You're a very important pub, a very impressive pisser, very new pedestrian. This is your fault that we have drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The wrong button. Oop. Things are aligning for me to do CitizenCon. That's awesome, Max. Glad to hear. I just wish combat speeds were faster. That was never going to be in the cards. That's a technical limitation from CIG's point of view, as well as a visual limitation. The reality is they were gonna always have to slow down because the servers can't handle the speeds and calculating the speeds. It just doesn't work. It's kind of like how we're never gonna get one giant server. We're gonna get a bunch of different, you know, at best we'll get like regional servers. For like hubs for the shards, but we're not gonna get one unified one just because speed of light sucks. Hey, Nightcub. I saw that earlier, Aiden. I got the sub. I was just wondering what sort of missions or such would you suggest to get a lot of money in Star Citizen. I upgraded my Aurora starter pack to a cutter, upgraded it and changed my ship in my Aurora package with one cutter. But yeah, any suggestions? Bounty hunting, and then taking the money or the cargo from the bounty hunting ships and selling them is probably the best one. But honestly, earning enough money, and then renting like a vulture and doing salvage missions is going to make you a shit ton of money too. The key is to just use your ship to get you enough money to rent a ship that you could then use to make money. I'm amazed still when I hear how more money questions Star Citizen. A lot of people, I mean, to be fair, it's one of those situations where a lot of people see that as the only progression method. Because there's no reason to play Star Citizen other than get money and buy ships. And I know the answer is, well, fun. And the answer is, yeah, well, yeah, of course there's fun. But where? Like, Star Citizen's not built around that idea. Like, you have to, and there's just no real reason to hop in to play the game. There has to be an incentive to do so, even if it's just fun. Like,
You can take away my spaceship.
hey, Minstrel, spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never,
ever
ever.
take away my space game.
El Prathan just resubscribed for 2 months. Happy Thursday. Hope all is well.
Lickerton. Thank you so much for that. 2 months of support. You're very important, Pumper. Very impressed, sir. Very new to the pedestrian. This is your father. Return drinking night. Shots and cheers and jet yell. Shots and cheers. You need money sinks, child support, alimony. Yeah. I never made it to CitizenCon before, but I convinced my partner this year. That's awesome. Okay, cool. To be honest, I might do the ship upgrade thing and change to either a Raft or a C2 or a Mercury Star Runner when they eventually show up on the ship upgrade thing, which I have been feeling those. You don't have to. There's a lot of stuff you can earn in game, but you do with your money, my buddy. We'll show up when CitizenCon happens or special event happens. It'll probably happen. The next big event will probably be the Xenothreat stuff that they want to do, and then the one after that is going to be Invictus. So, which is in the end of May. Why is nobody charging me for docking fees, storage fees, corrupt bureaucracy of Hurston fees? Man, what I wouldn't kill for just random beatings of players and NPCs by Hurston security. That sounds like such a weird thing, but like it would add so much to the universe if you just security walked up to you and said stop moving, and you couldn't hear them, so they just like knock you, shoot you down, and then beat you while you're on the ground for resisting arrest. You're doing a dark place quick. It's flavor. It's a fictional universe. All right. First of all, so fuck you. Second of all, that would make Hurston and Lorville so much different from the rest of Stanton. It would put it into a very, very bleak place, which would make it give a lot more color and story to it. Quantum. Quantum's the name of the economy system. Look, man, I want the NPCs to just start talking to each other in LZs. First, beatings later. Ironically, it's probably easier for CIG to implement NPCs beating you than it is for them to do NPCs talking. Yeah, CIG is really bad at names. If you could add one feature to the verse now, what would it be? As we just said, beatings. No, the AI talking with one another. Like 2 AI stopping in the middle of the road, looking at each other and going, "Hey, how are you?" And the other one going, "I'm doing great. Good to see you." And having a short conversation and then leaving. Hey, Click-Filet. I love that name. That's a fantastic name. Hey, TK Rex. Listen, like, I will take Oblivion NPCs at this point. That's more. There's more life in Oblivion than there is in fucking in all of Cyrodiil than there is in Star Citizen right now. And Star Citizen is like 7 times the size. I may be a moron, but I hope to see the PU can progress swift enough to see the Crucible before 2025. We got a heck of a dreamer here. Keep dreaming there, Alexander. We all believe in you. Somebody clip that without the explanation later. It's fine. There's Soren. Hey, Ackland. What is Star Citizens? I took an arrow to the knee line gonna be. It's hard to tell, but there's gonna be some sort of guard NPC line. Right now it's, who wants some noodles? Stop! You violated the law. I'd play it, but I got copyright struck the last time I played that. It's a fantastic beat, though. Let's try this. Nope. That short clip's probably gonna get me copyright struck anyways. Darn it. Please bring your ship to an immediate halt. Yeah. How you doing, Victoria? When you set up your AstroPub, how worried are you going to be about groups like GrieferNet? I'm not going to set it up in a place that's going to get attacked a lot. That's stupid. I'm gonna put it in a place that's gonna have some protection for me. I've actually been doing in the past. I've done it before and I've been fine. And that's just part of the game, you know. You live and you learn, and then you get protection. We really have to wait for 4.0/Pyro before Noodles and Stanton? Almost certainly. Sorry, pizza endgame content. I mean, yeah, that's definitely. Like, yeah, we're getting server meshing before we get pizza. Noodles and Stanton. We'll get Ainsley's hangers before pizza. Yep. Hey, Luna. I held the line for pizza. It was a long wait. Almost an hour, but it was worth it. For the pizza. You like those sea nuts? Oh, I love the sea nuts. I'm sorry, I mean sea nuts. Yeah, I love the sea nuts. We'll get personal habits before pizza. Oof. All right. I'm gonna go get some stay awake juice because I was stupid. So, because I haven't been able to play Helldivers, and because I've been waiting on other things to get done, I've actually had some time. I know, it's amazing. And I decided that I was going to go through and mod Skyrim and go back and play Skyrim a little bit. Because, you know, I miss that sort of experience of just sort of a casual jaunt through a fantasy world, or, you know, that kind of thing. I was kind of looking for some more swords and sorcery and fantastical universe, other than sci-fi. Sometimes you got to get a little dirty. And I got a bunch of stuff working. I was like, yes, success. And then I broke it all. I was like, no, why are you breaking? And so I spent like until 3 o'clock in the morning trying to fix it. And I'm like, I should probably just go to bed. Maybe I should try Baldur's Gate 3. The problem about Baldur's Gate 3 is that, like, I hear it's not really a pick up and put down sort of thing. It's more of a you got to get through it. Not paint your Warhammer figures? I'm not been, like, having enough... So I've been getting into strength training because I've been meaning to just start doing it, and so I finally started doing it. The arms are tired. If turn-based is your thing, yeah, I'm not really like I like the real-time strategy stuff, or the real-time strategy, like action stuff. What mod pack you use? Yes. It's like 40 mods that I try to put in. Welcome everyone from Ferris Stream. Welcome to the TheAstroPub and to Office Hours. This is a kind of sit and chat stream about Star Citizen, talking about news and lore and a bunch of other stuff like that. So as chat started pushing you into CitizenCon UK this year, they have, but I'm not going. I'm like, I literally am too poor to go. like I was lucky enough last time that I got people paid for me to go. Like what is it? Atmo Esports paid for me to go, and I was like, thank you. And then Tree was like, hey, I got an open slot if you want to come and stay in the room with me. And it was like, yes, perfect. So like I still had to spend some money too, because obviously going get in there and going like taking Ubers and stuff. And I did raise a little bit of money, so it was fine. But that's like the differences between that was like a couple $100 versus several thousand.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Kenko97 just resubscribed for 14 months.
Jeez.
Love you, Paul, cheeky smiley face.
Kenko, 14 months. You're insane for sticking around that long. You're a very important puppet, very impressive, Mr. Any pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Starting up fundraisers to raise Paul for UK. I mean, I'd also have to get my it's a couple of things. It's the flight. It's places to stay. It's food, money for food. It's time off from work. It's, oh gosh, what else? I have to get my passport updated. I gotta do that anyways, but it's like, I gotta like kind of fast track that. It's there's a ton of stuff I'd have to do, and also I would lose out on any kind of revenue, stream revenue and content revenue that I'd be making while it's going on. So, yeah. Yeah, see, we don't have this thing called days off. People, I have legitimately been called lazy because I have summers off as a teacher. It's like, I don't really have summers off, y'all. Yeah, I don't really. Live streaming the plane to the hotel. It's not really, doesn't really work like that though. It wouldn't really get that many views. And the question I have is about how the Genesis fit with the C1. What do you mean Genesis fit with the V1? The Genesis, oh, you're talking about it's going to be completely different. It's going to look very different. No, you do it now. I don't have time to do it right now, Knight. I am so busy. The times I'm not busy, it's closed. Hey, Kiji. Gosh, it's the first time in a very long time where we have as many people watching us on YouTube as on Twitch. That's unusual. Usually Twitch is like vastly beating out everything, so. I'm gonna go get some stay awake juice though, but body cam stream that would also require, like, I hate to be the economist, but that's also the require minutes and an international phone plan and international like Wi-Fi or like kind of wireless. I'd have to buy a separate phone or get a separate SIM card or specifically for that. I get the value out of the Twitch sub. I'm glad you do, Octavian. I'm glad you do. Everyone's been on YouTube all day analyzing master modes and ISC. Why would they have to analyze master modes? It's in the fucking game right now. You can go play it on Arena Commander. You don't need to analyze it when you can play it. But you wouldn't put that put too many cargo ships in that range. It's 300 or so SCU. It's probably going to drop in SCU. I would almost guarantee you that what we're going to see is either variants on the Genesis or we're going to see modularity with the Genesis. So it would you could turn it into a cargo ship if you wanted to. But if you use it as a transport ship, it will have very minimal cargo. I don't love his content. I love him. Thank you, Kenko. I am definitely going to be doing that, Zodster. That is my project for spring break. My spring break projects are write part 5 of the complete history of Star Citizen lore. Write and record it, and write, record, and edit my dystopian video. The video on why Star Citizen's a secret dystopia. Right now, the plan is the Santukya video is going to come out in the next couple of days. The week after that is going to be an updated look at artificial intelligence, the lore of artificial intelligence in Star Citizen, and how it affects the technology of the universe, including like ship age and such. And then after that is going to be the naval doctrines of the UEE Navy throughout the years. I have it almost done. I'm literally like a page before I'm finished. But as a result, I'm looking at it. It's 30 minutes long. It's 30 to 40 minutes long. It is an extensive look at the various eras. In fact, I will give you a bit of a preview here. It is currently sitting at 17 pages, and 17 pages means that each page is about 2 minutes for me. So that's about 34 minutes, let's say. Yeah, 34 minutes. Oh, yeah, no, and I'm not even done. I still have a page left. It's going to be damn near 40 minutes long. Luckily, it's pretty easy because it's just going to be me putting up pictures in the background. It's because it's just there's nothing right here. But let me give you a preview on terms of the different eras, because none of these are actually hard and fast. These are not official canon names for the eras. These are eras that I've come up with based off of my observations of how the Navy's, out of research out of how things worked. First of all, specifically, I actually cite the definition of naval doctrine because there's so many different interpretations of doctrine in the military. So what I have cited is from the DoD Dictionary of Military and Associated Terms from JP 1-202, which is from the early 21st century. So like the aughts is what was written. There was an updated version of the DoD Dictionary of Military and Associated Terms that came out in the last couple of years, but it completely changed. It doesn't have the definition of doctrine. It is just a separate. It's effectively they're kind of combining a lot of the ideas in the U.S. military today about like combined operations between the various different groups. So this was written when there was still that kind of separation barrier between each of the different branches. So, its definition is fundamental principles by which the military forces or elements thereof guide their actions in the support of national objectives. It is authoritative, but requires judgment in application. So that is what I'm going off of in terms of the definition of doctrine. Effectively, how do you use military force to accomplish political or government goals?
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
And these are the eras: 2380 to 2384. The melting pot, I also call it the cluster F era. 2384 to 2438, the early police era. 2438 to 2523, 2438 to 2523, the middle police era. 2523 to 2530, peak police era. 2530 to 2546, the heavy fleet era. 2546 to 2603, the Perry Line era. 2603 to 2792, the nimble fleet era. 2792 to 2946, the Squadron era, and 2946 to today, the Retribution era. Do you have the PDF or did you buy the dictionary? I have the PDF. I actually have the link. Here you go. Here's the link. Cluster fins? While the UE is being formed, right? Yeah, that was 2546 to 2603. I call it the Perry Line era. That sounds like more like fleet structure and ideology than doctrine. Like I said, doctrine itself is... I'm defining as the fundamental principles by which the military forces or elements thereof guide their actions in support of national objectives. It is authoritative, but requires judgment and application. That is the definition that I'm using. Nightcob.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never... ever.
DoD JP 102 JOP Dictionary of Military Associated Terms, page 168.
Warmlissimo just resubscribed for 10 months. 07-year-old.
And I didn't memorize it. I have it listed. I have it on I have a reference. I have notes. Warmlissimo. That's why it's fucking 18 pages long. Thanks for 10 months, Warmlissimo. You're a very important pupper. Very impressive pisser. Randy Pedestrian, you rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Will this be on the exam? Yes. I only call it like that because it's just like those names, just because it's easier for me to kind of think it in that way. I'll give you the basic rundown. The melting pot era was how the fleet was structured, and it's how it achieved its goals was through unification. So the main doctrine of the UEE Navy, or the UNE Navy, in 2380 was to rapidly unite, take soldiers from different navies, sailors, navies, sailors, starmen, whatever, that take personnel from different navies that used to be in different navies and rapidly throw them together into ships that they have no idea how to operate, because it was all about basically not allowing any one group of people to remain isolated from the rest of the UNE, because that was how the unification war started. So I call it the cluster era, because it's like if you took a sailor from the US Navy and threw them without any preparation or preparation or time into the Canadian Navy. Could you operate stuff? Yeah. Or even better, something like the Danish Navy. Are there probably similar, ways that the ships operate? Do they have yes, but do you speak Danish? So I didn't see what you said. You said assume yes and get your supper. Are we watching IC? Yes, we are. Just not right now. So, yeah, I'm gonna get it here in a minute. Then the police era is the fleet was no longer being used as a military force. So once the unification wars were over with, the fleet was then transitioned into police to a police force. So its main purpose that the government used it as was policing and enforcing the peace. So in the US, it would be like if the Navy moved to being the Coast Guard, because they just didn't have wars to fight anymore. And you can imagine that the early police era specifically was awful. The Navy got into so much trouble because every time a trader would give a Navy patrol lip, the Navy would just board their ship and beat the shit out of them. They arrested so many traders, so many merchants and other personnel for just backsassing them. It was a nightmare. They actually had to invent a whole new division of the government to take over because of how bad the Navy was at doing it. Then but they mostly were focused on keeping the peace in Croshaw and Earth. Middle Police era was when they were able to expand out a little bit more. There was a new injunction, injection of funds. The formation, I believe, was the formation. No, it wasn't the formation of the advocacy at that time. Might have been. I'd have to double check. But there was something that they did where they expanded it out a little bit more. That might have been because of First Contact. I think that was. After the First Contact happened with the Banu, the Navy lost its shit. Because up to this point, after unification wars were over, the UNE was trying to cut the budget of the military. It's why the fuck do we need the military? We don't have wars to fight anymore. We beat the only people who would threaten us, and now we have no one else to threaten us. So they wanted to move most of the money into domestic budgets. And so the Navy was getting absolutely shafted, likely not even having modern ships. So like a lot of their ships are just old Unification era ships that were still being used because, well, why not? And it was in the middle police era, or it was in the early police era, where it was more common for officers to negotiate with outlaws than it was to fight them, because they just didn't have the numbers. So like you'd have like one ship patrolling an entire system, was just crawling with outlaws who were very rabidly anti-unification. So a lot of them were veterans of the Unification Wars that had escaped. So like the best officers were the ones who learned how to negotiate and work, and also work with local militias. So I'm glad I did. So when the UE is paying the Vandal to attack, I mean that's a theory, yeah. Wasn't there a general in the real life who was like, now that we have paratroopers and Marines and beach landings, the Marines and beach landings will no longer be needed? I don't remember if that's true or not, but yeah. So the Middle Police era was when the Navy was just like, this first contact was an absolute disaster and almost started a war. We're just lucky the Banu are just chill. Otherwise, we would have been in deep shit. Like, there is now a problem. We need to modernize. We need to bring our forces up to current status. So they didn't necessarily increase funding for the Navy. They did just build a shit ton of defense platforms to put around habited planets, so they didn't have to keep the Navy stacked on those systems. So now the Navy could patrol and started to patrol out. They're still functioning effectively as a police force, but now instead of like a lone corvette against a pack of, converted haulers, which all have enough firepower to delete that corvette 4 times, it's like, a cruiser, a destroyer, and a couple of frigates are now in controlling an area. It's better than it was before, but it's still, their job is to keep the peace. And then the peak police era is the era of the Perseus. When the UPE came in and the UPE was formed, and when the UPE is formed, they created the advocacy. So now there was a a government-wide police force specifically in charge of keeping the peace. So all that the Navy had to worry about were large organized gangs and other organized groups of outlaws and rebels. So that's when they dumped a lot more money, because the UPE was all about trying to like increase the amount of funds to government programs and become more inclusive, bringing in all of the different planets into the government structure, so it would be, they have a voice. So a lot of that money went into the Navy, and so the Navy got shiny new ships like the Perseus, which again, the Perseus's job initially was to absolutely intimidate anything. You can look at it, everyone overestimates its size because of how mean it looks. It's like, that's a tiny ship. It's not that big. But when you take one look at it, you go, I'm fucked. And that was the purpose of the Navy. Like at that point, the Navy is like, oh, there's a riot that's like literally killing army. Like the army has to be sent in to quell the riot. Send in this Perseus. And the Perseus hovering over the city is the first thing that causes the rioters to go, I'm good. I don't want to die today. All right. That thing's gonna flatten everything in the city, and we're all dead. So yeah, I'm done. I'm not angry anymore. I'm not that angry anymore. It's okay. I can ride another day. Yeah. That thing is going to eat me and everything around me. Especially when it's hovering over your city. When no one has seen it before. It was one of the first times the Perseus was deployed, and it's just like, oh. Yeah, I'm good. No, Titan suits isn't really. It's more of a Marine thing. The Navy doesn't really deal with Titan suits. The Navy doesn't do a lot of actions on the ground. That's mostly the Marines. Also, out of curiosity, in the timeline, when would the Genesis have been made? We actually know, generally speaking, it was sometime in the, like, probably the 28, or no, 20, yeah, it's like 2840s, around there. 2830s, 2840s. So about a little over 100 years ago. Yeah, the original, the current, at least my current my current kind of research kind of points to them have been industrial support tools, and then they were basically given armor and weapons. So, what's this Idris release? If you notice, Maxon, I said release in the quotation marks because the Idris is releasing tomorrow, and by I mean releasing, I mean in a mission specifically where you can board an Idris. What is the person's classification? It's Corvette. It's a gunboat. Not even a Corvette. It's a gunboat. It's the same classification as a Hammerhead, which, according to Master Modes, means it's a frigate, but it's only slightly bigger than the Hammerhead. Look it up. Actually, it might be smaller than the Hammerhead. The Perseus is... Perseus is database error. I'll have to look it up, but yeah, it's around the same size as the Hammerhead. It's somewhere between the Hammerhead and the 890. Actually, I think it's closer to 600. All right, be right back. I'm gonna get some brain juice and keep going.
Weapons free, y'all.
This shit, I'm out.
Good news, everyone.
2 words. Distress bacon. 2 words. Distress 2 words. Distress bacon. Two words. Distress 2 words. Distress 2 words. Distress 2 words. Distress bacon. 2 words. Distress bacon.
I love democracy.
2 words. Distress bacon. 2 words. Distress bacon.
This shit, I'm out.
Democracy. Good news, everyone. Good news, everyone.
2 words. Distress bacon.
This shit, I'm out.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Weapons free, y'all.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Good news, everyone.
This shit, I'm out. This shit, I'm out.
I love democracy.
Weapons free, y'all.
Drugs.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I love
What's that weapons free y'all soundbite from? Xenothreat? The Xenothreat mission? That's Dooley.
To democracy!
It's kind of crazy how the biggest thing we have seen in game is only the destroyer. It makes me curious how massive a cruiser or battleship will be. Abyssal. What if I told you that we've seen a bigger ship in game? Players have flown around it, not on it or in it, but they have flown by it. And the ship makes the Javelin look small. The Bengal. You're going to see it again very soon there, Bissell, because you'll see it in May. It's a destroyer. It's not a cruiser. It's a destroyer. It fills the same role as a cruiser, as like a light cruiser. But it's like in terms of like modern navies, but it's classified as a destroyer. You've seen Bengal YouTube vids in the verse. I've done one myself on the lore of it, but it's actually, yeah, it was in game. It's been in game twice. It's gonna be May. Yeah. It's a fleet carrier. Yeah. Look it up. There's a bunch of different people who've done videos of flying around it and such. Let me find a couple real quick just to show people who don't know. Bengal. Yeah, I type in Bengal carrier and the top response is my video on it. No wonder it's 8 years ago. All right, I'll play Board's video on it. See, this is Alpha 313. You can see how bad the frames were around it. It was awful when it first came in. It's better now, but this is in game. Let's see what the camera angles and such. See if I can get a good if he has got a good perspective. That's it. Next to the station. This is Board Gamer, by the way, whose video it is. That right back there, that's a Hornet. There's a ship goes. Oh, there's a Hammerhead. To give you perspective on the size of the Bengal. Its guns are bigger than the Hammerhead. Those are called shipbuster railguns. One of those, these are shipbuster railgun arrays. So one of those guns was designed to core a cruiser. That's its firepower when something gets close to it. It has a stupid amount of guns, and it has more guns now than it did when this came out. There's a MSR. You can see right there, the MSR is landing on the flight deck to show you how big this thing is. No, it didn't grow in size metric. They just added more guns to it. Yeah, so a fleet has like, yeah, I think at least 4, if not 5, if not more of these. That's an Idris. To give perspective, that's an Idris compared to the Bengal. If the Idris gets a little closer. Here it is. Got in formation. I'll look up Tirada. Bengal carrier. Tirada. I'm not seeing Tirada's video on it. That's Xenothreat, I think. Yeah, it's a Xenothreat. No problem. Yeah, I do a lot of lore stuff, so a lot of stuff that kind of goes into the backstory of Star Citizen. Star Citizen has a pretty extensive backstory. The problem is that they've done all of this work to justify all of the gameplay elements and to kind of match it into lore and build up interesting like groups and such. And CIG has done nothing with it except for write stories. And I'm at the point where I'm like, please just start implementing it into the game. So. Go for it, Fiery. I'll pull it up. Squadron lore question. We expect to spend most of the time of episode 1 on Idris, right? No comment. Look, there's the rail gun. He's in a Scorpius, by the way. Yep, there's the rail gun. That was an A2. That's an A2. When I say ship buster railgun, that's what I fucking mean. That was a point-blank shot with a railgun designed to core a cruiser. That A2 is now just dust. That is fucking straight through the shields, through this infrastructure, and out the other side. Yeah, it's a turret. There's 4 of them. Oh, yeah, like the Retribution. Retribution is got like 7 of these damn things. You think Squadron will find notes or tapes laying around expanding the lore? Of course, 100%. There's definitely going to be more than just, and I mean, the game itself is very story-based, so there's going to be a lot of story to kind of tell us about the universe and such, so. Haven't they used those guns to actually glass areas of planets? Yes, Caliban. But there's no point in using those guns to glass areas of planets when you have antimatter guns, or antimatter bombs. Those are much more efficient and don't require to put a ship in orbit, because you can load one up on a you can load several up on a retaliator. There are multiple ships. We know that you start off on the Warhammer, based off of the video we've seen, so which is a Javelin. And then we know you end up in the Stanton, which is an Idris. We know the Krugari, which is the Bengal, is a main player in it. So quantum drive capable missiles? Not that I know of. I don't think we have anything like that. But where's the fun in that? It's not about fun. It's about efficiency, Axis. It's about government spending. Someone has to pay the Hurstons money to make sure that the Hurstons are still making things. I recently discovered the legend of the heroes watching video about sci-fi energy weapons that went into crazy detail. I knew hard sci-fi existed, but I had no idea the depth of details that went into the weapons lore. Oh, there are some people who go nuts about that stuff. Legend of Heroes is great. I think it's based off of a manga. The anime is pretty aging right now, but it's good. A lot of people will swear by it. It's one of those series where it really dives into the spectacle rather than really being character or plot driven. So. They did a reboot of the anime a few years ago. Yeah. Legend of Galactic Heroes. Yeah. It's what, if you are a fan of Dune, the books, if you're a fan of the expanded universe, of the old expanded universe of Star Wars novels, it's that sort of, it's spaceship porn. It is thousands of gigantic capital ships beating the fuck out of each other for glory. Yeah, recently. Gundam is full super weapons. Yeah, but Gundam is a little bit more... It likes to dance between the lines of hard sci-fi and space opera. Like, don't get me wrong. I love me some O'Neill cylinder colonies, baby. That's just wow, that's some hard sci-fi to the max. But it's O'Neill cylinder colonies with giant robotic samurai, like with lightsabers. Legend of Galactic Heroes is more about politics and tactics and the duality of the two main characters. Yeah, it's what I mean by like giant spaceships fighting for glory. I mean like nerd shit. The kind of people who argue about who would win in a war, the Imperium of Man of 40K or the Halo Covenant. People are going to look at like the nitty gritty details and damage statistics and penetration numbers and like find resources. That's shit. That's the kind of people who watch Legend of Galactic Heroes. Thank you, Nubs. Oh, Space Talk, yeah. Oh, X sent me an image. The Hammerhead is 115 meters and the Perseus is 100 meters, so it's actually smaller than the Hammerhead. So I was right. That is around the same size. I feel called out. You should, Spiral. No, I like Space Talk. They're good. They've done a couple of Star Citizen things, but they seem to have been very hands off of Star Citizen. Kind of, they're waiting for it to kind of coagulate as a universe, which is makes sense. When Squadron 42 comes out, there's going to be a lot more discussions about things like the Bengal. The thing to understand about the UAE Navy, and we'll watch ISC here in a moment, but the thing to understand about the UAE Navy is that the UAE Navy is terrifying. If a battle group showed up in-game to respond to something like Xenothreat would be beaten in seconds. Just a battle group is an absolute nightmare scenario for anyone who has to go up against it. The only people who are absolutely crazy enough to take on a battle group are the Vanduul, because they can't get it up unless they're fighting something hard. Like, they are fucking psychopaths when it comes to fighting. They love fighting, and they want to prove that they're worthy, so they'll take on any chances they can get. And so, like, the thing to understand is that the Navy is a terrifying element in the universe. And if you see a battle group, you need to run the other way. In game, it will be devastating. But narratively speaking, the Navy is a very, very slow swinging sledgehammer. They very rarely mobilize quick enough to respond to elements that they need to. And it's so fucking expensive for them to move a battle group to any location. Like, operating a battle group in any location outside of, say, like the Vanduul front is probably just a money hose. It's just throwing money, just burning like the planet's worth of cash moving those things. That's the thing. That's the answer. So, like, and that's really the themes around with the storytelling, is that the Navy is very competent and very good at their job. And you, like that whole intro scene for Squadron 42 that we saw with the video, that is trying to tell you this should be awe-inspiring. This sight should fill you with pride and fear. Like, you should sit there and go, God damn, this is a fucking fighting force. Because 5 minutes after that video starts, you're about to see most of that fleet get absolutely wrecked. Just ripped apart like it was nothing. Like, that's just to show you, look at this strong, badass, well-organized machine of war and watch it get turned into scrap metal. It's not spoilers. We know this because it's already in lore. The Battle of Vega. It's been in lore forever. I'm unsubbing now. Oh no, we're the one thing that the UE Navy is terrified about is the Xi'an. The Xi'an scare the piss out of the UE Navy because probably the entire combined force of the UE Navy is the western sector of the Xi'an Navy. The fleet that they have on the border of humanity is the size of the entire UE Navy. The Xi'an are fucking huge. They have so much. We know the Vega goes badly. We just don't know how it goes badly. Yeah, no, it is bad. Like, Vega is nightmarish. We've seen the scene where Admiral Bishop is staring out at a destroyed landscape. That's New Corvo. That's the capital city of Aramis, of Vega 2. It's just gone. It just doesn't exist anymore.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Northern Trooper just resubscribed for 7 months. This pop-up won't go away.
Thank you so much for that 7 months.
Jolly 211 just got a sub from Kenko 97. Kenko 97 gifted a tier 1 sub to Jolly 211.
Thank you so much for Kenko for giving that sub to Jolly 211. And the trooper, thanks for that 7 months. You were all very important publishers, very impressive, Mr. Vandy Pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking tonight. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. That's the ambassador's son there. Hey, it's Nick. Pepperonis. Like, it's almost like, it looks like several ships have crashed from orbit into the city, similar to the Revenge of the Sith. We actually know that the Vanduul do make it to the surface because we have inverse lore reports, like news reports, like live transcripts of somebody on the ground, as like the Vanduul basically just tear into the city, just murder everything they can find, and like auroras are like falling from the sky, and like people are running for their lives. It's hell on earth. It's terrifying.
Bishop just got a sub from A Terrible Bishop. A Terrible Bishop gifted a tier 1 sub to Ernst Bishop. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
A sub from my relative. Awesome. Thank you for gifting that sub. You're both very important
Take
puppers.
away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Vega. Yeah. Ripperoni pepperonis. Oh, Ernst Bishop. Okay. Yeah.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
RD Madeira just resubscribed for 32 months.
Thank you so much for that 32 months of support there, RD Madeira. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You were back to Shots and cheers and chat. Shots and cheers. All right. All right. Calm down, chat. Jeez, please, CIG, make an in-game Paul for me to visit the bar somewhere. Yeah. But yeah, no, I'm excited for it only because it's such a big part of the lore. Like the Vega 2 is Pearl Harbor. It's 9/11. You know, it's Operation Barbarossa. It's you know, the Chinese invasion of Japan. Like it's all of those, you know, those major turning points, those major events in history where, like, it's just bad. It's just really bad, but it starts the movement. So Squadron 42 by CitizenCon this year, then. I don't think we'll see the release of Squadron 42, but I do think we'll see the announcement of it. It's the crossing of the Rubicon, to a degree, yeah. But yeah, I'm excited for it because I have my theories. I know the outcome, and I know generally what happens because, for those of you who don't know, I spoiled the hell out of myself by accident. So I kind of know the story of Squadron. It may have and probably has changed since the last time I heard it. The short story is CIG in a big leak, like in 2016, a bunch of audio files from Squadron were leaked with a bunch of other stuff. And because CIG's audio files aren't labeled, like Bishop 1 versus, you know, like Dooley 3, when I asked a friend who actually had those files from the leak for this.
2 words. Distress.
For that. So we had to go based off of this file sizes, and by the time we actually found the actual file, it was we'd already
Distress bacon.
discovered a ton of the voice of, to the point where, like, we heard the stage direction. We heard Chris Roberts do stage direction. I just wanted to find Tessa, yeah. So I'm not going to do too much of it, but based off of what I know and what I've seen, it's a pretty awesome set piece. It's gonna be pretty epic. It's like when I found out how they was gonna get started, I was just like, oh my god, CIG, you are absolutely insane. That is absolutely insane. So yeah, like the scene where we see Henry Cavill with Squad 42. That's the beginning of the game. What would you like a Squad 42 special edition limited edition to contain? A miniature version of the Gladius, like a little Gladius like toy, like model, like fully painted out, and or like a metal, you know, or like a patch. Definitely had a patch, a Squadron 42 patch. So. I'm not going to spoil Squadron because it's stupid, and CIG would literally murder me. would literally legally murder me if I did. All I can say is, based off of what I heard and what I've read, It sounds like a good game in terms of narrative. Would I say it's the best game in the universe? Probably not. But it's solid based off of what I've heard and what I've read. But that was almost 10 years ago. And things have changed since then. And also gameplay. There was no gameplay. All it was audio files and text stuff. That was it. So, but the gameplay hasn't been solidified yet. So if the game's not fun, it doesn't matter. Now I can finally finish installing Helldivers 2, and then I can finally finish installing Helldivers 2. Now I can install the Star Citizen patch. Yeah. When 3.23? April. I'm not going to respond to that, Nick, but yeah. I'm not going to say anything. Better story than the movie Wing Commander? Yeah, I think it's better than the Wing Commander movie. Do we know what year part 1 takes place in, or during what time period? I could already tell you the beginning of the game is at Vega. So if the beginning of the game is at Vega, that means that, and we know Vega takes place in 2945. So at least starts in 2945. I couldn't tell you how it ends. My guess is that it takes place over the course of 2945 and 2946. No, our character is not from the Stanton system, but our character will serve on the UES Stanton, which is an Idris class frigate. So, speaking of all this, let's do the Inside Star Citizen. For those of you who don't know, I'm doing these sorts of reactions, more like analysis, watch along sort of thing. I did it last time and it was very, very successful. So hopefully we'll do this again. So that means I'm not going to respond to chat while I'm watching. I'm just going to be watching, pausing, kind of analyzing things and kind of giving my input here and there. I think that's too plot relevant. We already knew that it wasn't going to take place in current day Star Citizen. It was always going to be a prequel. All right. Wouldn't be surprised if there's been some story rewrites. 3 to 4 years ago, BGC3's Dream Visitor was the worm in your head wanting to transform you. Details definitely change. Oh, almost certainly. Details, missions have been changed and added since then. So, all right. I'm in Voidy's new video. I did not know that. I'll have to watch it. Here. So yeah, I'm gonna record. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours. Capsule. That's right. Capsule. This is a small segment of my Office Hours live stream. I'm never stopping that, by the way. It's just going to always happen. It's become a thing now. That reminded me. I have to turn off some other things. This is a small section of my Office Hours live stream that you do on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, or Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. And someone asked before, well, what do you do? What do you stream UK time? 1 a.m. This starts at 1 a.m. your time. I apologize. But we talk about Star Citizen news, lore. We go through the latest. We go through ISCs, the monthly reports, a bunch of different stuff. So last time it did really well when we do these kind of watching. So we're going to be watching the ISC from February 22nd, 2024. It's 124, right? Yeah. My brain is all over the place. Where we're talking about master modes and the changes to flight and fighting in Star Citizen coming in 3.23. So let's watch. Oh, and before we do, make sure you like the video, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release if you enjoy these. And of course, let me know in the comments below if you like this stuff. Let's go.
While Star Citizen aims to offer a first-person universe of possibilities, at the center of it has always been you and your spaceship. And over the years of development, testing, feedback, and iteration, there have been many changes to the combat and traversal experience. And in the upcoming Alpha 3.23, the biggest and most anticipated of those makes their presence known with the arrival of Master Modes. And with that comes additional changes to precision targeting, weapon balance, gimbal use, and more.
What are Master Modes?
So Master Modes is a way for us to really kind of capitalize on what the ships are.
Basically, Master Modes are a new game feature that change all the combat experience inside the game.
So you'll have a mode for fighting in and a mode for flying from place to place in.
A rework of the flight and combat system to essentially try and solve a lot of the problems that players have had with the flight experience.
You can decide if you want to be in full combat mode, or you're just in transit, or you want to get out of a situation as quick as possible.
Master mode is the thing that makes ship combat exciting and making sure that the ships that you have in the game perform in the roles that we have envisioned for them.
I'm going to back up a little bit because I saw something that I want to kind of point out.
In transit, or you want to get out of a situation as quick as possible.
Right there. Those are lead pip markers. I've already watched this once, and I noticed that there's no lead pip. There's finally some pips, and I've actually played Master Modes. You can play it right now, by the way, in Arena Commander. I don't know if it's still available as of this patch, this latest patch, which just got released, but I do think it is. So that is very interesting because I didn't see it in there before. So
Master mode is the
you can kind of see it more right here as it kind of goes away. So
thing that makes ship combat exciting and making sure that the ships that you have in the game perform in the roles that we have envisioned for them.
Since CitizenCon, we've been bringing Master Modes into Arena Commander.
Progress has been quite good, showing off the new modes and letting people get their hands on it.
Collecting the feedback, seeing how players respond to that online by monitoring how players react on social channels. We've been testing internally a lot.
It's a very limited selection of ships, but even so, people seem to like it. So we've taken that feedback and carried on making progress and adapting it all to the rest of the ships as well.
We've been watching how players play the game, monitoring analytics, putting it all together and sharing it with the devs who need to see it.
How the hell do you go about converting 200 ships to vehicles?
Unfortunately, there's only really one way to do it, and that's to not get too intimidated by the number. A team effort. We're just cracking through it, really.
The difficult part, of course, especially as a designer, is try to understand the new game dynamics that the game system creates, especially in an environment like the PU, and then try to being able to deliver the proper game experience for every ship with a different tuning. And that's quite difficult, but that's also what is really interesting about bringing up a new feature.
So we're moving each individual ship into an archetype, and we're going to rebalance that ship to the archetype as a starting point. And then basically, once that's complete, we're going to add the individuality into each ship.
Called it. For those of you who've been watching me, I said that's exactly how they were going to do it back in January. And it was pretty obvious. I mean, anyone who'd been following this sort of thing is kind of saw that coming when they started adding the different variations. But yeah, so for those who don't get it, that means that any ship that is a medium fighter is going to fly like the Hornet. Any ship that's a heavy fighter is going to fly like the Vanguard. Any ship that's a light fighter is going to fly like the Gladius. they'll just fly exactly the same. They'll have the same kind of like stats attached to them, and then they'll change them as they go and kind of tune them to kind of really make them work. So like the Vanguard and the Cutlass will probably fly the exact same as the Freelancer. Oh wow, the Freelancer miss is going to be beefy. If it's gonna, that's a heck of an agility increase. For now, as chat's pointing out, it will definitely change, but you got to remember that change takes time for CIG, 6 to 9 months. So this is something we're going to be seeing probably until 4.0, and likely after that too. So
each ship has been given a full refresh, and we've looked at every ship in the game, assigned them a base archetype so that you know what you're getting into from the get-go.
All ships, based on how big they are and what kind of purpose they serve, will get an archetype assigned to them. A typical archetype is a snub fighter. Very, very small, very agile, but it cannot dish out a lot of damage, and it can also not receive a lot of damage before it pops. Light fighter. Very maneuverable, decent weapon loadout, and it's basically there for agility engagements. Medium fighter.
Warning.
Pretty agile for its size, but it has a lot more offensive firepower.
Target destroyed.
Heavy fighter. They don't maneuver well, but when you happen to be at the front of them, you can die very, very fast. Now, these are basic tuning archetypes that we have for our fighter ships class, and all ships in that size will be assigned to one of these things. However, based on the ship and what the purpose of the ship is, we have variations of that. For example, we have the interceptor variant of these tunings. This is a tuning variation that can apply to any of these archetypes. An interceptor tuning for a ship means that this ship exchanges the agility. With agility, we mean the rotation rate and the lateral strafing accelerations, simply for speed. So they will not be able to turn their velocity vector much, they will not be able to rotate much, but they will be very, very fast just going forward. Racing ships are like the base archetype that almost all racers ended up with so far are interceptors, because racers prefer speed over everything else. But you want to pick the right racer for the right track. The other end of the range are our, let's call them fighter bomber tunings.
Hey, Gladiator!
We trade agility for simply durability. On top of the fighters, we just keep going with this. We have gunboats for ships that are constellation-sized. We have corvettes for something like a hammerhead, right? So our hammerhead is, for us, is our anti-fighter corvette. Frigates are basically the biggest ship that players can control in the universe right now. So we're talking Idris, we're talking 890 Jumped. I know that players cannot control the Idris, but we're talking ships like the Carrack. Those are frigates, really, really big ones, but also they will have variations in their tuning based on the brand and what the purpose of the ship is. So these are...
That doesn't mean that the Carrack is a frigate, by the way. It means that it's the same like category as a frigate. It's an exploration ship. So, but yeah, yeah, that's I like that idea. So I'm guessing we're gonna get about like 10 to 20 variations on those things. So like, for instance, for the Buccaneer, he mentions an interceptor, it's considered a medium interceptor. So it has the same stats as a Hornet, but faster. So
these are very big changes that are coming, but the main takeaway is that these archetypes are just reference frames for the type of tuning you want to give a ship. It does not mean that every ship that you have in the verse will fit a specific archetype. There are ships which are in between. For example, the Saber. Is it a medium or a light fighter? It's somewhere in between. The Cutlass has not the durability of a heavy fighter, has, however, the turret of a heavy fighter, so it's somewhere in between. So there are ships which do not fit exactly into these frames. But this is the beauty of it, because these ships, we can make them fit anywhere where they want. We just need to make sure that the balance between them is right. Not everything fits in a box, and it would be very boring if it did.
Based.
Precision targeting is a new way of aiming at specific parts of a ship. You get the zoomed-in picture of your target, and it allows you to paint over specific components of the ship. So if you want to take out the thrusters, you simply aim towards the thrusters, and your gimbals will make sure the bullet lands exactly where you're aiming.
This is what I was afraid of.
It's a rework of the entire target system with the goal to make it not only fit master modes, but also fit the problems we've had with target in the past, which is to control the weapons and the accuracy.
Since master modes is bringing everything closer together and master modes is slowing everything down, we need to make sure that the weapon speeds are adjusted as well.
It will reduce your fire rate, it will therefore decrease the spread and allow you to be more precise where you hit. Good examples for that is if you want to fire at a ship from very far away and you want to make sure that your shots hit. An even better example is if you have a light fighter and you want to help take down a larger ship. You will not be able to take down the ship by yourself, but you can help other players by crippling the turrets with ballistic cannons, for example, and other subsystems. So that allows you to see better what you're currently targeting.
What we're doing is we're bringing all weapons into 3 archetypes. We have the anti-fighter weapons that have higher fire rate and a higher velocity that allows you to hit targets such as a horde of gladiuses. And then we have the anti-material weapons. Anti-material weapons is the one you bring out when you and your friends want to hunt a hammerhead. It's got the highest damage of all the weapons. You want to deal as much damage as possible, but the target is big and it moves slow, so you don't have to worry as much about actually hitting the target. And then we have unspecialized weapons, which are in between the anti-fighters and the anti-materials.
So this is better because it gives you a lot of options on how you want to attack the target. You can just, spray and pray that your shots are going to hit, or you can go into the precision targeting mode, see all the sub-targets that you have available, and then pick out which of these sub-targets you actually...
So someone was asking, what am I afraid of? This is what I was afraid of. One of the things that I was hoping for was that the zoom mode and that the targeting mode were 2 separate things. I was hoping for that was the case, but I was afraid that it was going to be the same idea because of the way they were talking about it. And yeah, there is no targeting mode. It is all zoom in targeting, which means that you're losing entire perspective. You're losing awareness for finer control over weapons, but it means you're going to be tunnel vision, which, and as a result of this, and they'll say it later, but it means that we're getting auto aim. So, yeah.
You actually want to attack. Next to basically seeing what you're actually hitting, you also just get the stunning view of that big ship that you're targeting, right? Like it's a full screen, zoomed in view on your target. You can see it in all its glory. You can see all the parts you can shoot off. I think it's great.
We've been really happy with the results so far. We've seen a massive difference in the way combat works and what the players are actually doing within combat. And that's been really good to see. There's still some small things we're working on right now to kind of solve, but we're really happy, we're kind of most of the way there at the moment.
The next big thing that the new aiming system has is the removal of the so-called N-1 system. That means that when you have a gimbal attached to a ship, the weapon attached to the gimbal goes down 1 size. At this point in time, after lots of testing, we're pretty confident that we don't want the system anymore. So in the future, if you have a size 3 gimbal on your ship, it will carry a size 3 weapon. But we're actually going further with this because from 3 onwards, you will not be able to mount fixed guns on your ship anymore. In addition to that, all the turrets, however, will get gimbals. So this is a requirement because of precision aiming mode, because the precision aiming mode we also want to be able to use on turrets, and we need a way to make the bullets fly where we want them to fly without cheating. So this means all turrets, they will get gimbals on their guns so they can properly lead. But to still keep turrets more powerful in terms of their weapon employing capabilities, and also because turrets cannot just, jump out of the way, the auto gimbal mode will be something that's exclusively available to turrets. So pilots will still be able to manually gimbal their weapons with, either tying it to their controls or by looking around. But only turrets will be able to use the auto gimbal system because turrets are supposed to be very, very dangerous. And so players just have the choice how to apply the damage the best. However, because auto gimbaling is also in an assisted mode, it will come with a reduction in fire rate, just to keep things fair.
Thank you, Yogi. Okay, I was going to pause it here for a moment. So I want to clarify some stuff there because I think it's important to really understand this. What he's saying, and I could be wrong here, please let me know in the comments, is that there is no more fixed weapons. And there may be an option for fixed weapons, but why would you intentionally handicap yourself? Because the way that aiming and combat works now is the ship will auto-tune its shots towards a target. So when you're doing precision aiming mode, you'll notice that the character or the player was looking at the target they were shooting at, but the gun was firing in an arc above where that target was. It wasn't firing straight at it because it was automatically leading the target with that precision aiming mode. Being so that, like, effectively you're giving up rate of fire for more precision, but you're getting more effects. So there's no more gimbals. Basically, if you're not using gimbals, you're handicapping yourself intentionally without any reason to. Gimbals are how you're going to be able to track targets, and there's no more kind of ups and downs. But the exception is that turrets get auto aim, which makes sense. In my opinion, that's a great idea because turrets need to be absolutely broken. They need to be the overpowered thing to get players to use them more, which kind of makes sense. And it's just saying Vanguard pilots, there's no fixed weapons. Those things are going to have gimbals now, baby. And for those of you who are wondering, because the chat's even talking about, like, this is just you're gonna like the time to kill is gonna just absolutely sink after this. They're not. They haven't. I've actually played this Master Bros, and I would highly suggest people play it what it is right now. In my opinion, survival rate has shot through the roof. Like, it takes a while to kill somebody now. You can really mess up a ship, but it's like pulling apart a ship rather than like killing a ship. Like you're ripping an engine off and then you're slowly whittling down. It's that kind of stuff. It's a very drawn out slug match rather than being a quick, incisive kill. So. And I'm being told that the single weapon fighters with size 7 are still fixed, chat. We'll see. We'll see. So chat's telling me that the Vanguard knows are exceptions. So I'd have to find that out, but I wouldn't be surprised if they added a little bit of gimbal to them at some point. And I'll get into the chat because chat's kind of confused and panicking right now, but we'll get into that. So
the feedback, it has been going pretty well.
We've been really happy with working with the community who's been playing this to kind of fine-tune it and make the changes needed, and we have made a lot of changes based upon these feedback.
Most of the feedback that we've been getting has been pretty positive around squadron battle, where there's some pretty good group combat dynamics players are reporting positively on. There's some really cool gameplay emerging, such as how players evade now is quite different. You have to drop chaff, break your target lock, break away, like find your opportunity to break away from your pursuing ship.
What we can see at the moment is that players are very happy with squadron battles. Players are not very happy with the 1v1, so this is more an area where we have to improve.
Of course, there are some very detailed feedbacks about some tuning choices, how we should make some type of archetypes better rather than not. But in general, it's going to be mostly appreciated.
The players are really enjoying the different roles that we've got. The interceptors are quite successful. There's been some pretty good feedback around the Buccaneer. We've probably still got a little bit of work to do around the Lightfire class and 1v1s, but other than that, it's been pretty good.
It means you can stay closer. You are much more in control of staying in a closer formation with other people that you're playing with. When we do our regular playtests, we can actually fly in our own version of a formation, and we can track targets without being several kilometers off each other.
That's your version of a formation.
Our version of a formation is generally, if we can see each other still and we're not accidentally shooting each other, I'd consider that a good formation.
I'm not sure that's the textbook definition of formation. I can see you and not crash into you. That's not a formation, Josh.
It's a win if at least two of the four of us manage to make it away in one piece without any friendly fire incidents.
How
The
FanDuel
thing
of
that
them.
excites me the most about master modes is if you just watch the footage of players dogfighting at the minute, you can really see how close all of those ships are, and it just feels so much more cinematic.
It's really about the foundation of the whole flight experience moving forward, because I fully understand that this isn't a game just about combat. We want to communicate that players who want to do combat, they'll go into the master mode for combat. But if you want to go from A to B, you've now got a mode where you can do that without being harassed as much. So that's going to be a big plus for the game.
It's leveling the playing field a little bit more now. As we slowly breathe more life into each one of these ships, you're going to know this ship like the back of your hand.
People seem to like how much more frantic and intimate all the fights are in the Arena Commander testing that we've done so far. And I'm looking forward to hearing people's thoughts once we've rolled it out across all the ships.
Not everything that is in 3.2.3 you can see already in the master mode, AC mode. It's there's a lot more stuff coming, especially to weapon treatment, how we use capacitors, etc. But overall, based on the feedback that we got so far and also from increasing player numbers, we're pretty confident that we're on the right track. So master modes and the gunnery system and the whole combat experience is a huge undertaking for us, and we cannot do it without you. So we want you to play it. We need your feedback. Be honest, tell us what you don't like. Please also tell us what you like, so we can make all this space combat game great together.
So what we learned this week? Well, we learned that with master modes comes a rebalancing of ship performance into dedicated archetypes. That these archetypes are simply where tunings start and will be grown from to ensure that each ship and vehicle provides a unique experience going forward. And that precision targeting, weapon gimbal, and balance changes all combine with master modes to provide a more involved, visceral combat experience for pilots when they arrive in the upcoming Alpha 323. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week.
Okay, we'll watch the palette cleanser at the end. So here's been my experience. Okay, hopefully this is it. Okay, here we go. Chat finally got me a link, which is nice. Thank you for this, because they were saying that some of the stuff will still be fixed. This is Yogi. Is there clear definition you can give us regarding gimbals, turrets, and assumed hard fixed weapons? It's pretty much what we have in Master Mode's environment, with the exception that the manned and isolated non-pilot turrets will get later gimbals equipped so that they have the same gimbal modes as pilots. In general, fixed mounts will largely go away, except for very isolated cases like the Ares and Vanguard nose mounts. The Vanguards, however, will keep its size 5 mounts with a size 5 gun, which allows gimbaling. Okay. So unless they can physically, yeah. So there's a handful of things that are going to be still fixed, but they've done it in the past where they've given fixed weapons a little bit of movement. So I wouldn't be surprised if it eventually cheated a little bit. But yeah. So. This is where I'm going to go a little critical, because there is, I think, expectations to be set, but I also think that, okay, I'm trying to say this in a diplomatic way, because I'm going to start off by saying CIG is going to make the game that CIG wants to make. If it doesn't fulfill what CIG wants, then it doesn't matter. Because game development is not about pleasing the most people ever. It's about getting the feel of the game that you want it to be. CIG wants feedback because obviously they want it within fun range. They would still want a range of fun. But there's going to be some things that they're not going to change. And I think the one problem that comes across right away is that the change in targeting and in like the zoom targeting mode and like how you target stuff and the reliance on gimbals, it feels very much like a switch away from hardcore sim to more arcade. It's not in my experience, but it looks like that. That zoomed in mode it looks exactly like the zoomed in mode from Skyrim in space, Starfield. And that's not a look. That's not a great look. And I know a lot of people said CIG just copied Starfield when they did that. They didn't, because that was in development in Squadron 42 before Starfield had even released. So I think that's just a bad look, more often than not. I've heard a lot of people kind of talk about this, in terms of the PvP community. I've heard a lot of people say that there's a lot of people who are upset about it, and then there are other people who are more like, they understand it, but at the same time, they're concerned that it doesn't do what CIG wants it to do. So, but yeah, it will lower the skill ceiling. It definitely will. It'll make it easier for more people to combat. And I think a lot of people who are highly skilled players are going to be upset about that. But anyone who does PvP or in combat will tell you there are a couple of rules in PvP. The number one rule is kill the guy that you're shooting at. That is the number one rule. And anything you can do to improve that chance of you killing the guy that you're shooting at before they can kill you, you do. And things like learning how to turn your ship properly, or learning how your ship functions, is good. And also managing your power. Managing your power has been a thing in Star Citizen for years, and it is vital to, how you do combat. So I think there'll still be nuance to the game. I don't know how much nuance, and there is still so many parts of this which aren't in the game yet, and probably will take, I'm going to be charitable, at least a year. Probably longer, but I'll give CIG the benefit of the doubt for right now and say at least a year before most of the aspects of this system are in place that will give a fair estimate of how things will function. But until then, this is what we're going to get. So, as I've always said, it's best if you're going to leave feedback to be civil and be direct and very specific on what your feedback is, because CIG is not going to care about your ranting and raving about turning Star Citizen into Star Fox or whatever you're bad about. They're just going to go cool, bro, and move on. But if you have actual legitimate feedback on terms of the, beyond just the feel, but also like data points or images or videos, they love those sorts of things. That helps them kind of work through some of the ideas. So overall, I'm still mixed, only because I've played master modes in Arena Commander. So I know how good it feels compared to how it looks. So, but I want to hear your thoughts down below. Do you think this is Star Citizen is now an arcade game? We're throwing sim out the window. It's all about the looks and cinematics, baby. Or do you think there's some more nuance to it? Let me know in the comments below. And of course, we're still sponsored by Factor. Factor is a fantastic meal service that gives you prepackaged meals to your door weekly. They're great. They have different varieties. They rotate them out all the time. And if you use my code, which I'll have in the top comment and in the description below, you can get 50% off of your first order, which is a fantastic deal for those of you trying to get into that action. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. All right, I'm going to unmute some things as well so you can actually hear. So, are these capsules necessary? I don't like taking medicine. It's all about the fun in the end. Skills we develop before master modes will still benefit us in the future. 100%. Just like the stuff that CIG learned while developing aspects of the game they had to abandon because it didn't work. They still learn stuff along the way. So, yeah, it's on now. I'm on the positive side for master modes. Not that it'll be perfect the first PU release, but that's a huge improvement overall and for approachability, especially when they can refine it. I think the answer is, quite honestly, people are going to have to get used to the lowering of the skill ceiling. Because CIG, like, this game is already super hostile to casual players. There's going to be some elements that they're going to have to kind of deal with. And I think that's another one of the reasons why, for instance, the dynamic crosshair is going to be in the game, because it allows for lowering of the skill ceiling for players to be more reactive and that sort of things. So I have to say, I really enjoy the combat in master modes. I just hope precision mode requires a scan and hope it becomes lag pip only, not gimbaled.
Weapons free, y'all.
You're definitely. I mean, precision mode is going to be gimbaled. It's going to be an auto aim is what it is. So, are you comfortable wearing a dress shirt every stream? Yeah, it's fine. Does it really lower the skill ceiling or just lower the skill floor? It brings upper level players in parity with lower level players. So before, having the right ship for the right job means that you will win, and having the right skills will mean you win battles more often. Hitting your 45s, doing tricording, it would be is like making it like automatic is part of the process. So if you can hit the automatic 45s and you can get on target and fire, learn how to like redirect your like basically like drilling everything into your brain. That practice and repetition and kind of like just going and going and going, that pays off. And that separates somebody who's a casual combat player like myself versus somebody who's like a professional combat player. People like A1 or like Noodle, or the people who will do more competitive combat. It's just like, I mean, I don't get the Corsair thing. Isn't just a underbarrel laser? What do you mean? I wouldn't say it lowers the skill ceiling, but I would say it actually increases it. I would say it actually increases it because the lower the floors, so it's it's going to be easier to kill, harder to evade. I find it harder to kill, easier to evade. I think this combined with engineering actually increases the skill ceiling, just not for fighters. I agree. I think because the time to kill is going to go way up in terms of time, so it's going to take a lot longer for you to kill something. Ships that are bigger are going to have more armor, or are going to be a little bit more tough. They're going to have more health, which means they're going to be able to survive longer. Oh, I thought she said Corsair. I didn't read that right. Dynamic crosshair is essentially an underbarrel laser, but in UI only. Yeah, but it's for it's not going to be an automatic. You hit the target every time where it's going, because it'll have spread as you fire it. It just allows for quick reaction fire. That's why we're talking about it on Saturday, Nick. We're going to have Nick and HC Vertigo on to talk a little bit about the FPS aspect of 3.23, including the crosshairs. So, So precision crosshairs is cheating. A lot of people would say that, I think a lot of people are concerned that precision crosshairs is going to change how, it's going to lower the skill ceiling for FPS, where players don't have to aim, they can just fire. Harder to kill, easier to evade means less fights overall, but more player investment in fights that do happen. You have to commit yourself to fighting, is what it is. The problem is that, again, you have to keep in mind that CIG is very bad at following through when they put something in. CIG may have changed. We may see a whole new leaf, and CIG is really kind of redoubling and focusing on trying to improve it. I don't think that Yogi is a bad person or that it is trying to mislead people. I think Yogi's just doing the best with what they have currently. They're doing the best with what they're given and what their priorities are being told to be. But I also, look at Salvage. Salvage came out in 3.18. We have at least a basic version of structural salvage already in the game before the end of last year. It came in at the beginning of last year and already expanded at the end of last year. So they were definitely continuing to advance it, which is pretty fast for CIG. It's like 9 months, 9 months, which is something that CIG rarely kind of does that quickly. So. Yogi's doing great. He's helping bringing us a game with different ship roles and combat, which will finally feel their places and use cases. 100%, I agree. I just think a lot of people are bitter because of the homogenized components. Unfortunately, every further iteration on salvage, from component salvage to structural salvage, got worse than the last. How so? Because like structural salvage is obviously a work in progress and it's not complete. It's definitely a tier 0 version. But at least it's in game. I'd take a kind of a weird or early version of a game mechanic than no version of the game mechanic. If a ship won't fire unless it's going to hit, then less ammo will be used, fewer running out of ammo, fewer disengagements go to restock. So why have dynamic crosshair in anyways? I think it's to improve the chances of players hitting targets in a snapfire situation. So you know which direction that your gun is pointing when you fire it. So for something like a shotgun, right now, it's kind of like you can guess where it's going to fire, but it doesn't really help you unless you're aiming down sights. So something like a shotgun with a dynamic crosshair, if you have it out, you don't have to ADS to fire it. You can just pull the trigger, and you'll know generally where it's going to hit. Whereas, like right now, you have to fire it once to see where the spread is, and then you see where it's going to hit. Component salvage got nerfed into the ground both economically and also with size 3 components being treated like cap salvage components now. Structural salvage is genuine shit show mechanically and economically. Economically is just, that's going to happen. We'll see overhauls over the economy, but what do you mean by mechanically? Or just because it just looks janky? Kino and Critch is a good question. I don't know whether we've seen anything yet on QEDs and master modes will work. Have we? No, but I'm sure it works the same way as it does before. Like having the first X amount of shots be more accurate than recoil spreads way quicker over time than hip firing versus ADS. Yeah, I mean, like you're going to see generally where it's going to hit when you first pull the trigger. So if you just come around the corner with a shotgun, it makes shotguns more viable. Because right now shotguns are ass. Shotguns are terrible in Star Citizen. They're some of the worst weapons. Like it takes more shotgun shots to kill a target than it takes pistol shots. You can do that with a normal crosshair, but they don't want to give everyone that crosshair. The dynamic crosshair only shows up when you have a weapon out, and it only happens when you have a helmet, like a military helmet. So it's a tool for people who want to use it the way it is, but it's a choice. So CIG said that QED will stop you from leaving SCM mode, top speed. Oh, will it? That makes sense, because the lore, at least behind the QED, is that by turning on your nav mode, you're actually turning on your quantum drive to like form a bubble around your ship, which will it's like a warp bubble basically. So it helps you kind of skim warp, as it were. So that's interesting. That means it makes it a lot harder to disengage if someone has a QED device, which is a good tool. So yeah. As it's been for several years, the gate to the leaps and bounds seems to be server meshing. Once this tech comes online, I would expect to see a lot of other things materialize quickly. I wouldn't. I would say it would come in faster than it has in the past, but I wouldn't expect it to be quick.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space laser.
So interdiction means instant combat with no way of getting away unless going through. I mean, I think that makes sense.
Take away my space game.
The First Tasty just resubscribed for 34 months for the lore and democracy.
Thank you so much for that 34 months. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser. Any pedestrian, this is your fault. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The claw, but also just the general fact that it's press button thing to disappears, no actual gameplay mechanic. It's just prototype. That's the tier 0. There's gonna be more to it than press button. Quickly, as in comparison to what I've seen is what I mean. Yeah, but I mean, I think a lot of people, when I hear people talking about the floodgates opening, I fear that a lot of people think, oh, in like 3 patches, we're going to get most of the game. And that's not going to be how it happens. You're going to see more stuff being focused on, but we already see that. It's just a matter of a lot of things need to be added and tested. And there's going to be a lot of things that CIG is going to develop, add, and test, and it's going to either be broken or players are going to be like, this is hot ass. Like, hacking. Hacking is a great example of it's going to be hot ass when it first releases, and it's going to be boring, and a lot of people are going to be like, this isn't engaging gameplay. Speaking of salvage, same concept. Like, the current salvage mode isn't engaging. It's just push button, you're done. It needs to add more depth to it, so... It probably shouldn't have been the first version. It's worse than Tier 0 or Hull Scraping and Mining Hand by a lot. I'm okay with that though. I'm okay with it being out. I'm a fan of CIG pushing shit out, well before it's ready, even if it doesn't have a lot of depth, because it adds more gameplay that we can test and give feedback for. It's not a game yet. It's not a game you're gonna play religiously yet. A lot of people do it now, but like, give me work in progress. Give me replace me balls. Like, just get it the fuck out so we can play it. Because one of the things that's constantly comes up in gaming is no mechanic or plan ever survives the gameplay. Never survives the players. Players will always fuck it up. So. I can see cargo ships having turret with distortion to disable QED ships to help them evade. I mean, what QED is going to do is it's going to absolutely wreck traders. And that is perfect, because organized pirates should always win over solo traders. I'll say it louder for the people in the back. Like, why? Because traders should be forced to have escorts. If you're concerned about getting pirated, then pay for protection. Oh, but my profits are going to go down. Welcome to everybody else's gameplay loops. That's how this is going to work. But then I can't make $1 million. You're gonna have to, freaking miners are gonna have to do the same thing. Salvagers too. It's a consistent thing, and it's not just going to be players. It's going to be NPCs that will fuck with you. At least get a gunner NPC for your turrets. I mean, there'll be a bit for that, but yeah. And to be honest, if you asked me 3.22, I would have said their bar couldn't get any lower. It's fine. What we get is the basic mechanics, and it's fine. I get you're not a fan of it, Andrew. I'm a fan of more shit out, because more gameplay is better than less gameplay. The thing is, the reason it got shoved out was so that they can iterate on it. So was not so they can iterate on it. It's just so they were told release something at the end of the year. They were surprisingly honest about that. Yeah, they wanted to get something out, and they got it out. But they're gonna still iterate on it when it comes out, or in the future. I don't think it'll become iterated on it for this year, but it's like, Chris Roberts said that he would release Pyro by 2023. It was out. Yeah, it was only for 2 weeks, and only a certain number of people got it, but it was out. They stuck to their word. Hello from a European with problematic sleep schedule. I played Pyro. I was there 3,000 years ago. People forget that quantum jumping will allow you to jump anywhere as well, so it'll be much harder to snare. Yeah, but then it'll take longer, Flood. So you got to remember that the current metric in Star Citizen for success is credits per hour. The higher the credits per hour, the more people are going to get it. Trust me, I have seen those videos. I have seen the number of you who watch those videos. It is disgusting, and all of you need to get help. the hundreds of thousands of people who watch the make 5 million credits in 1 hour is disturbing for an alpha game. I wish I had those numbers for my lore video. It's not possible. And so I know people are looking for that high, for that fix, because that's the only progression they see. But as CIG goes forward to things like reputation and with these new changes, that is going to slow way the fuck down. So even if you are safer by just randomly jumping across Stanton, because you can jump anywhere, you're still going to be the exit and entrance. The entrance and exit locations are still going to be hotspots for having to deal with it, so they'll park right outside of the armistice zone. Or right outside the location where you're leaving or you're arriving. And also, by randomly jumping, it's going to take you longer, which is going to increase the credits per minute. It wasn't released, it was demoed. It was released. People could play it. So it was released for players to play. Shame on us capitalist pigs. What's a video game, y'all? I'm much more of a fan of games, of the things that are like, hey, this is how you can accomplish this goal. Have fun, you know? It's still a bit of a, oh, no, it's 100% a cop-out. It is 100% a technicality, but CIG loves their weasel words. And you know what? It worked. As much as you can complain about it, it fucking worked. CIG made fuck tons of money last year because of that. The whole, like, no ships till Pyro. Pyro's out. CIG got most of Salvage out. It's out. I mean, they're technically right. Technically correct is the most legal kind of correct. But it also worked. There wasn't the kind of uproar that you would see at the end of the year normally with people complaining about CIG missing, deadlines or goals. Outside of, don't take this the wrong way for those people who are the usual suspects who are always looking for a fight. They're always looking for an excuse to poo-poo on CIG. The general community didn't really have a problem with it. And so CIG, I think, has learned that putting something out there to achieve a goal will make players feel like more progress is being done. And personally, I would much rather that than CIG trying to make perfection, because anything they're going to release is going to be fucking shit. It's going to be garbage when it first releases, because players will either break it because we have a knack of breaking it, or it'll release broken because that's just how it happens. Stream is breaking? Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of a dropping here. Hopefully it comes back. There it goes. Comes back. I don't know what you missed, but should be back now. But the frames are having a stroke. Okay, yeah. Demo's not released. It was released. Technically released. Players could play it. Yeah, it was just a weird frame drop, so. Audio was good, though. It's good. Hey, Silky. He did dare the community, yeah. I didn't try to get the Pyro demo because I'm not a whale. I think everyone who had access, everyone who had a ticket to CitizenCon got access. So because I had a ticket to CitizenCon, I had access and could play it for a little bit. I only played it once. It was good. It was fun. Saw a lot of other people playing it though. 2% got to play. Yeah. I said Gravlev isn't an Arena Commander yet. I thought isn't that coming in 3.23? Or is that supposed to come out in 3.21? What did Pete say? What did big partner Pete say? Some frame drops come of these great. Some of these are great emotes, though. Yes, they are. Everyone should be following Piss Poor Pete, because Piss Poor Pete will 100% scar you for life. By the way, Pete, is E.T. and the dog still on the loading screen, or have they changed it? I'm gonna bring that back, because to me that felt like yesterday, but that was like 3 years ago. It's still there? Did you?
Ooh, what's going on here? Ooh, what's going on here?
There's only 3 clips? Okay, let me see if I can find it.
There's a chance here that we're going to get an infinite loading screen and
here you go,
and a bedlog bug. But what we do get to do in the meantime is show everybody the amazing screen, chat. Once you see this, you'll never be able to unsee it. I hope you're ready for it. Bam, there it is. There it is. Can you see it, chat? Can you fucking see it? Because once you see it, this screen menu is ruined for you for the next 3 months until they change it. Because that's all I can see now. That's all I can see. Close your eyes, chat, or else you'll see E.T. humping a dog inside a nebula. And then you cannot unsee that. You can't unsee it.
You're welcome, chat. Oh, that was like 3 years ago. It still lives in my brain. It still lives in my brain. Hey, Kelsar. Another great streamer. Paul, do you know how much money I spent on alcohol to forget that? You know how much therapy I've gone through to forget that? Everyone gets to see that. E.T. loving that dog too much on the loading screen, yeah. Now that there needs to be a Constellation universe with that silhouette. That will be stored in my brain where I put this Christmas live stream. You're welcome. By the way, we're still doing Christmas in July this year. Hopefully you enjoy that. This year I'm going to try to bring friends along. So, for those who don't know, Christmas in July is July 24th or 25th, where I sit down and watch the Star Citizen holiday live stream, the very last Star Citizen holiday live stream from beginning to end, and just while drinking heavily. So I can bring more content creators in and other fans in, and we're gonna watch it together, and you're all going to hate everything. I was surprised. Last year was the first year we did it, and last year I was surprised to know how it wasn't that bad. It was a lot worse when I remember it being a lot worse, and the beginning was awful. It was awful, but like the Arena Commander Star Marine match at the end of it really saved it. I was very invested in that plot line. Paul, did you see the mock-up graphics for power distribution for engineering? It reminded me of FTL with limited total power. Oh yeah, no, yeah. Mm-hmm. It is very CIG. CIG wants to make you have flashbacks to how every single FTL game you've ever played ended in flames. I haven't tried Master Mode's Pirate Swarm. I did try to do Master Mode's Squadron Battle, though. That was fun. That's the thing, though. No matter how late it is, it'll always be T0 when we get it. There's no such thing as delayed enough to be good. Folks always say, "Do you want it on time? Do you want it done right?" But you never get either, which is why I just want it out. Because even if it's done right, it's going to be broken, or it's going to break something, or it's going to be like people just won't like it. So I'd much rather CIG kick something out before it's ready than wait for it to come out and still being bad. Camera? Okay. Oh, who was that? Who was that? Who was that? Cry me, baby. Crit me, baby, one more time. Thank you for gifting that sub. Drew Omega, you were both very important peppers. Very impressive persons. Very new pedestrians. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. It was just a blip. It was just a blip. Why wasn't it fun for you, Andrew? Are you going to play FTL at night? No, I refuse to play that game. Not because it's bad or anything, but because I have died so many times in FTL, I have not gotten very far at all. Oh, I forgot to saw. Okay. Palette cleanser.
Nope.
It's just me, Chili. Can't wait to get off and do some Hell Dives. Awesome. Yeah, apparently it's they have an AFK timer now, so it'll kick you after 15 minutes, which is great. Nope. All MMO games should have like AFK timer kick for launches. It just would have felt better with some other people in the lobby. Swarm mode solo isn't really fun, my jam. Vanguard's too slow to chase the Merlins. Merlin gets mulched easily when Merlin gets mulched too easily when swarmed. Okay, I get what you're saying. 15 minutes is very generous. Yeah, so it gives you time to go grab something to drink, take a shit, talk to the family, you know, do a bunch of different things rather than just sit there and wait. So. I will be playing Titanfall 2 though. I'm going to do a lore video on Titanfall 2. I forgot to say that. Yeah. So my plan is Santok Yai's videos coming out this weekend. Then update video on AI and like why technology is so backwards in the Star Citizen universe. And then on top of that, then after that, I will be doing a video on the Titan Wars. The war, I think it's called Titan Wars. The Frontier War, I think is what it's called. The Frontier War, which is the war for Titanfall 1 and 2. Kind of talking a little bit about that. Not talking about Apex Legends, because that takes place like 100 years later or so. Let's see. And so when that comes out, I will be playing Titanfall 2, the entire campaign. So I'll have a night where I'll just be playing Titanfall 2 through the campaign and talking about lore and stuff like that. So I'll also be on the Astro Historian channel for that one, for that. So yeah. Although you could get around that with a toothpick and rubber band. What do you mean by toothpick and rubber band? Just because you could like hit, jam it down and then like rubber band something? I've heard that people talk about that, but listen, officers, we're defending Malevelon Creek there. Enjoy bot Vietnam. Yeah, but what's with the rubber band? Arrowhead's been handling the release very well compared to their staff size and absolutely overselling their expectations. Oh yeah. For a controller joystick. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. You just kind of rubber band it around so that you can like you're like spinning in place or whatever. Yeah. Malevelon Creek is robot Vietnam. The fact that it hasn't been liberated. It's been stuck under automaton control since release, so almost 3 weeks now, is enough to like compare it to Vietnam because of how much of a like quagmire it is. Oh. So we're gonna talk a little bit about the roadmap update. Just kind of do a short video about that, talking a little bit about the changes and some of the stuff. Because I'll put that out as well as a quick video. My plan is to turn a lot of what we're doing for office hours into short videos to release on the stream, just because a lot of people don't like the longer office hours because they feel like they don't get a lot of input out of it, because a lot of it is, interacting with chat and, just me using the restroom or getting up and walking around. And so I get why people don't want to like watch a 4-hour live stream where 3 hours of it is not directly located on like news and, you know, input, that kind of stuff. So I'm going to try to pull more of it out as videos to put it out there for people to watch. But yeah. So what's this about the Idris release? So the Idris is going to be in-game with interiors this coming patch. So 3.22.1. It's not coming today, but it's coming tomorrow. But it's not going to be a player release. That's why I put release in released. That's why it's in quotes. So we are getting the prequel missions for the Xeno threat. I expect it's going to be like the 890 jump mission. I think so too. No, I have the people who've played it, so I don't know if for those of you who played it, if you're in chat, what it's like, but I imagine it's going to be similar to the 890 jump. Hey, Master Shock. All right, I'm going to get some water. Your soundboard is on, so you can, you know, spam it. And then we'll do the roadmap roundup, and we'll kind of go on from there. Maybe you should start karaokeing at the end of them. Just hope your singing isn't bad enough. YouTube would consider it a hate crime. I couldn't carry a tune in a bucket if that bucket was a backhoe or whatever.
I love democracy.
Right back.
Hello. To democracy.
I love democracy.
2 words. Distress bacon.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot. I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I love
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
To democracy.
2 words.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
2 words. Distress bacon.
I love democracy. Weapons free, y'all.
Good news, everyone.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Distress bacon.
Democracy. I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
To democracy.
I love democracy.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Drugs.
Hello. I like money.
words. Distress bacon.
To democracy!
Distress bacon. Those are the two words. I love the 890 mission. I just wish it was a little bit more engaging. I turned off your fun. Stop it. Watch a lore video on Helldiver universe. Interesting to see fascist double standards. Many bugs equals they're going to take over the universe. A few bugs equals they're endangered species. That secretes oil and must be protected and bred. Illuminate. Hey, they want peace, but they have better tech. They can't have that. Murder them to teach anyone with better tech what happens. You watch my video, Fire Rage? If you haven't, you should. You did what? Authoritarian bully? Indeed. Took away your fun. It's not subtle. Arrowhead is not subtle in their storytelling. That's kind of the charm of Helldivers. It's very in your face. Any mission could do with an update of getting a system back online once the engineering comes on board. There's a lot of things that I'd love to see the 890 eventually become. I'd rather them build a system around the 890 mission. So like mission, what do they call? We call them blocks now. Basically, mission modules that they could use, so that it wouldn't just be an 890, but something that would be like an 890, a Reclaimer, a Starfarer, where like you have specific things you have to do to help kind of bring it back online or to get it ready for players or NPCs to come pick it up. So.
You want to dance?
Becky! Welcome everyone from Becky's stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley. your humble host and space bartender at the AstroPub. Your space bartender on Twitch. So back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Welcome to the Office Hours. This is a kind of a talky talk stream where we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. We come in peace. Shoot to kill. Shoot to kill. It goes good. How you doing, Becky? We've been talking the ISC, the controversy. It's not really a controversy. I think it's more of a discussion around master modes. Because I haven't seen a lot of people just like frothing at the mouth mad about master modes, but I have seen people who are like disappointed in it, and a lot of people who are like, you know, a little bit on the fence about it. So, hey, game, how you doing? In fact, we're about to do a capsule, a little small segment of the stream where I kind of record a video for YouTube. So, we're going to look at the roadmap update. How dare they change things that might threaten my KD? Disappointed is a good way of putting it. I mean, to be fair, I think a lot of it is just shock. You know, it's when you get used to doing something so common and you really work hard and you really practice and really get used to something and they change it, just kind of, it feels like just like at a whim. It can be a real big, like, everything I did was for nothing. I practiced and prepared and got skilled, and it's not just gone. That can be super jarring. And I also can see just from the glance at things, you can look at Star Citizen's at the changes, and at a glance, it looks like Starfield, and that's not a good comparison after Starfield is released. So. Now, the roadmap update, that's controversial. It is actually. There's a couple of big controversials with it. The change to freight elevators has pissed a lot of people off, and of course the lack of progress trackers. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Everyone knew that the flight model was going to change. Yeah, but I think a lot of people had hopes that the change was going to be an improvement on the model, not a simplification of the model. My issue with Master Mouse is it feels like the most ham-fisted and graceless way to achieve a goal of slow down. I mean, they tried a lot of other methods and they failed. They did a lot of changes. They did a lot of attempts at it and it all failed. So now they're just like, fuck it. We're throwing a brick at the problem. This was the issue. Based off of what Jake has said, because I'm going to pull that up. Jake said that there is the issue. It comes with a lot of the changes to how the teams are organized, and because there's changes to how the teams are organized, the way they report things is different, and how they reported things versus Squadron versus Star Citizen is different, and there's only one person who's in charge of collecting all of that, and that's Jake. And they are doing more than one job. So. I got a question, Andrew, just because I'm curious about this. You say you want the game to get good at some point. What would your definition of good be? It's the same question that I ask people who like, I want the game to be fun. It's like, but what is fun to you? No 30Ks? So when the 30Ks are done, Rusty Louie, you would think that the game is good? It's like you have no problem with the game as it is right now, but you just don't like the 30Ks? This is Rusty Louie, not Andrew, but yeah. Speeds were clearly out of hand, just from a server's ability to handle them. Hopefully this is a left limit adjustment, one of many. Okay. It's fun now, but the 30Ks really make me want to give up. Yeah. Give them a chance to move the goalposts. I would like to think that people who are critical of CIG and have stuck around for this long, there's a reason why they've stuck around this long, and it isn't because they, for some reason, hate the game. It's because they want the game to succeed. It's more of a, so I think there's plenty of people who have different opinions on those sorts of things, but yeah. I don't want to put Andrew on the spot just like that. I meant it's more of like a question of like what would be good, because it's something I'd like for a lot of people to think about in terms of their own expectations. Reasonable stability and meaningful progression. I'd be happy if they just raise the standards for good enough to ship a bit, to be honest. So you want to see like more complete loops when they released. And you want less crashes or 30Ks, and what is meaningful progression to you? Is that like reputation? It's like locking things behind reputation walls, or we need constructive criticism, and people who stick around even after 10 years is valuable. Yeah. Sometimes I find what is good for the game is not necessarily what I prefer at the moment, and it isn't until way later that I understand the decision. I'm similar in that mindset. Like, I don't like CIG's approach to vehicle design. I feel like it's antithetical to what actually is going to happen. But I also understand that CIG needs to get shit out. They need to sell the game. So it's good for the game right now, but stuff. I don't know the game or want it to fail. I just want each delivery mission to stop having asterisks and caveats. Okay, I get that. Reputation's a start, yeah. Just more than just chaining one mission steps, honestly. Okay. It's like multi-step missions, reputation, stuff like that. Well, better stability is coming at least a bit since they're working on server recovery protection from 30Ks. Fishy, I want to believe. I seriously do. But I can't. Like, 318 still lives in my brain. And I know it's not going to be as bad as 318. But what 318 taught me was that this game can break in new and exciting ways. That even CIG didn't think about. So I can't get hyped for that fix because I don't know if it's actually going to fix anything. We're just talking about how, in my opinion, CIG has a art before engineering design philosophy, and that makes balance and flight model ship performance a more challenging task than it should be. I think CIG's gotten better at it over time, but I still feel like the ship design team has a little bit too much emphasis on rule of cool rather than design. And I feel like every ship that is designed from scratch needs to get a talked to, like the designer needs to pitch that idea to a gameplay team. So instead of it being, I just come up with this idea and you tell your boss about the idea and then your boss sends it up the line to, you know, managers and, you know, Chris eventually gets the okay. Every single ship designer that comes up with an idea, or whoever comes up with the idea, has to pitch it to a gameplay designer. I'm not even talking about engineers. I'm just talking about designers, like someone whose job it is to balance and manage those things. This game will continue to break in glorious and spectacular ways. If they're all designed practically, they would look the same like our modern cars. No, I agree. There definitely needs to be some differentiation, but there's a balance between rule of cool and functionality. Each ship needs to have a soul, but that soul also needs to have a purpose. Like, let me give you an example. The Storm. The Storm has no purpose. It's got the same footprint as a Nova, so it's as big as a Nova in terms of its wide. It has a weaker gun, and it's slower than the Nova. And it's designed without gameplay in mind. You climb in through the front, which is what you're going to get shot at. So your way of egressing out of your vehicle, if it gets disabled, is in the line of fire. All of the components are located in places that can be shot at that are not covered by armor. So it's a bad design. It looks cool as shit, but it definitely needed a couple of once-overs in terms of changing things around. I would say the Storm AA is a better idea. It makes it a little bit more sense, but I don't know who it's built for. Like, what gameplay purpose is it built for? I love the look, I just won't use it, and that's the problem. It was rule of cool first. And I get it. It was for somebody who I believe was their first ship that they worked at CIG for. And I don't like taking people like that and being super harsh on them. But there was nobody it felt like there's nobody in the room to tell the person no. Which I get it, because you want to have your artists and your designers create. You want them to flow, right? You want them to just give them a shot at doing something cool, because so rarely do you have that in video games, where someone comes up with a cool idea and they just are allowed to make it. Like, that just doesn't fucking happen, because there's like timelines and dates and that kind of stuff. So giving someone that sort of experience is great. And it really kind of, hopefully, endears a lot of them to like stick around for CIG, because it gives them that experience that they may not have at a Ubisoft or an EA. But when it comes to the game, the players are left with this like cool looking thing that doesn't do anything. Drive it backwards. Storm targeting usable yet? I have no idea. It was broken when we released it, though, yeah. They need to consult with interior space designers when they design ships as well. Most of them have lots of wasted space. I mean, this wasted space, it can also be a luxury, and it can also be a design cue that's intended. But to be fair, there's a lot of concepts that factor into realism in a futuristic spacefaring society that simply won't come naturally to people trying to design for it, because in general, we don't have any of those factors impact our daily lives. You can see this in the way ship design has changed over the last decade as needs are recognized. Yeah, it definitely has happened. The Reclaimer is a good example of a ship that was designed for rule of cool over functionality, for a gameplay that they had no idea how it was going to work. Well, they had an idea, but they didn't fully know it. So, but yeah, like the mule is another example. The Spartan, a lot of ground vehicles. But then you also have things like the Fury, which has more of use, but because it's kind of like it's a racing ship, but it's a little kind of on the edge. I will live and die by saying that the Redeemer is not a good ship, because like it looks unique, but it has no unique characteristics. It is a bland, generic ship with a cool aesthetic that makes it look kind of out of place, but has no advantages to its aesthetic, which makes no sense. Like, those vector lock engines, which can rotate to VTOL, should have absolute insane fuel capacity. Those things should be like sipping hydrogen fuel compared to its competitors, so that it'll give it a reason for you to use that ship other than, hey, big gun go burr. Because big gun go burr is a reason to use it, but I don't like the fact that you have to break the game to get the a ship that is not designed to fly in Star Citizen to make people use it. The Fury in lore makes no sense because it's an absolute death trap. Well, funny you should say that, because death no longer really applies to a lot of people. Death is simply a setback since regeneration exists, so it does kind of make a little sense. As a gunship, the idea of a gunship is great. It just needs more attention, and it doesn't. It doesn't have any attention. It feels like what it is, that CIG was gifted a hot, steaming pile of shit that didn't work with their flight models, that was built to win a competition. It was designed by committee, and they had to make it work. Like, they didn't have a choice. They were gifted garbage and told to make filet mignon, and they did the best with what they had. But I don't think it works well. No, Paul, tell us how you really feel. I would have a lot less problems if it was good. If the Redeemer was a standout ship for what it did. If the vector locks had a purpose for their wacky look. And if it had a kind of a story behind it, an explanation as to why it looks so unique. Yeah, but while death isn't permanent, it's expensive. So is replacing ships. But that's the thing about the Fury. The Fury isn't very expensive. It's just a pod with guns on it. So buying or being like regenning might be a little expensive, but the ship isn't. Speaking of death traps, has anyone noticed that the fire extinguisher on the MSR is right next to the only exit, effectively giving it zero coverage of the ship? Oh, I love how badly the MSR is designed. It's another great example. The MSR is a ship on stilts, as X used to say, as X always says. It has these really weird, like, die-hard air vents, which have no purpose other than maybe we'll have some gameplay for it in the future. There's a lot of problems that CIG does, and it's a issue that I have that I think will come to bite CIG in the ass. So the Redeemer is lore deficient, more lore, and it's good. I wouldn't say just more lore. It definitely needs to be more of it. The fact that it is one of the only ships that has zero lore, in fact has confusing lore, conflicting lore, is nuts. The Reclaimer has zero lore in terms of like direct lore, but it has more indirect lore than the Redeemer does. The Redeemer is referenced twice in lore and conflicting. It's referenced 3 times, and one of them is just literally a meta reference in lore. Like, that's it. I think she's a great artist, but I think it was a terrible design. It's designed to look cool, not to function as a ship. It's the Reclaimer all over again, because it's designed for a mechanic which doesn't exist in game yet, which is info running. So to give you kind of the detail, the entirety of the details of the ship, it is referenced in the Valkyrie lore that the Valkyrie was specifically built to complement the Redeemer. And then it's referenced, I believe, in the... What is the Tavaran dropship called? The Prowler. It's referenced in the Prowler lore that the Prowler was introduced at first to the UEE because the Redeemer was being delayed in its development, and that was in the 30th century. The Valkyrie was built in the beginning of the 29th century. So it's both older than the Valkyrie and younger than the Valkyrie at the same time. And then the third reference is just, it won on the floor of IAE, it says it won the 2016 fan contest for the next great starship. It says it in the in-lore plaque on the fucking ship. It's just like, you just don't give a fuck, do you? It's so bad. Like, its lore is contradictory or just a spit in your face. So it's like, yeah, that's why I don't fucking like the Redeemer, because it has so many problems with it, and it is a representation of everything I despise about video gaming. It's rule of cool, literally designed to win a contest, so designed by committee, then pushed out because it has to be done, but nobody gave a shit about it, and no one gave any shits about it, so they didn't even bother coming with a reason to put it in there. They just pushed it out there. It's like, you just don't give a fuck. It's a money grab, and that pisses me off, is that it's there because they know people will buy it. The Valkyrie was pre-designed, but not that long in the past. It was designed in the early 29th century after the development of the Hornet. And then when they actually needed it, it was already ready, but it was like 10 years after that. I fixed the problem with the Redeemer. I fixed the lore. The Redeemer referenced in the Valkyrie lore is the first version of the Redeemer, which was itself a copy of the Prowler, a Mark I Redeemer. And the Mark II was being developed at the end of the... why it looks so ridiculous is that it was developed at the end of the Mezzer era. And so the designer, this eccentric designer, was the one who came up with it, and it was caught in the revolution of the anti-Mezzer revolution, and the designers decided to surrender to the rebels, but they had to go like across these like terrible conditions. There's a movie about Soviet soldiers walking from Siberia. No, it was people, I think it was Soviet Gulag escapees walking through from Siberia through the Middle East to freedom. I can't remember. It was like the Long Walk or something like that. It's so like that was what inspired me to something like that. So like, and as a result, it was, you know, this whole tale of them transporting their prototype ship to surrender to the rebels, and then ended up becoming a movie, and so it became kind of famous, but it just kind of sat in mothballs for a while. And then when the UEE was like, we need something to deal with the Van Duel, they decided to pull out the Redeemer, and then, you know, because it was old and a unique concept, and the designer had been long dead, they had to kind of use the prototype. It almost crashed at one point, so there was a lot of like issues with its development that mirror a lot of the issues with the development of the ship, and eventually was released. But that's the version 2. The movie has Andrew Garfield in it. Yeah, that was the one. I can't argue with that point. Given the game is an alpha, I fully expect the constant balance of changes. I buy ships entirely if I how it looks, and it might a role I'll enjoy. Yeah, that's why CIG does it. The reason why Rule of Cool exists as the main reason for ships being designed is because A, it sells ships. B, it gives designers freedom to design and keeps them on board, which is more valuable than you know, having to shoehorn a ship into existence, into making it make sense for the game. And all of this pays for the project. Like, that's why it happens. That's it. So with your new lore headcanon, will you fly your favorite lore ship? No. But if they make that lore canon, then yeah, but they won't. Good movie. Yeah, it was a good movie. That's why I use that as kind of inspiration for it. The Dreamer wasn't even a design committee ship. It was passed over by the committee several times. It was the audience that kept bringing it back. Well, that's what I mean, though, M. Walker, is like the committee, designed by committee, I mean it was like designed like games are designed that are designed by committee. Like they're designed to check boxes that meet meet a specific quota. So like every part of the Redeemer was built to appease fans to win a contest. Everything that's unique about it, like the engines were designed because it was unique and it's made it stood out. I remember the big thing was that they made a fucking ship commercial. They had enough time to make a ship commercial to promote it more. They also added like a coffee maker. When they added a coffee maker in, everybody else added a coffee maker into their ship because they were competing against one another to try to get popularity. It was 100% well done by the team who created it. The Four Horsemen team did a great job at winning a contest. They made a god-awful ship, though. I love how much you hate it. I hate it because it like represents, like I said, everything I despise about modern gaming. Everything. Don't ask Paul about power armored exosuits. I love mechs. I love the Titan suits. Again, this story doesn't make me dislike the Redeemer. It makes me dislike the ship team and the lore team. But the ship team didn't design it. The Four Horsemen team did. That's the problem. Is that it was originally designed to win a contest, and because of that, it's garbage. But because they said they have to put it in game, they gave it to the ship team. And because the ship team didn't give a fuck, they just broke what they could and did what they had to just to jump it into the game, because it wouldn't work with a flight model. So they had to like basically break the ship to make it fly okay. And in order to make it any kind of valuable, they upgraded the guns from size 3s to size 5s. So like people would buy it because now gunship go burr. And did they do any lore? No, they didn't even bother writing lore for it. Because fuck it, it doesn't matter. It's a ship that it was made because they had to make it. It was a required ship to be produced. Yeah, but it's like it was a failure on every single level. It is every single thing I hate about modern gaming. It was Jim Sturgis on Andrew Garfield, and it was called The Way Back. That's what it was, yeah. And the stretch goal player-owned space stations? That is gonna come in Pyro, I think. So, all right. Enough ranting. Let's do this. Let's look at them at the roadmap roundup. All right. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours. Capsule. That's right. Capsule. Never gonna stop doing that. Never gonna stop doing that. But I will have a skip to the intro part if that does bother you, so you can get to the juicy meat. But this is a small section of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, 1 a.m. UK time, where we talk about Star Citizen. We sit down, we talk about Star Citizen lore, about the latest news, we watch the ISCs, we go over the latest information, all sorts of things. So I'd love to have you join us live, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub. And if you've been enjoying this, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. Now, let's get into the roadmap roundup for this last Wednesday. So the February 21st, 2024, because we've got some spicy updates here. All right. So, notable changes for February 21st, 2024. Release view. Freight elevators. An update. As work progressed on freight elevators, the team has recognized that additional feature work is required to implement summoning vehicles via your hangar. As a result, this specific mechanic will likely come at a later date. Freight elevators and their other related functionalities are still on track for Alpha 3.23. This has caused a lot of kerfluffle. A lot of people are upset about this because a lot of people only saw the freight elevator's advantage was because ships could be called. And for those of you who are unaware of this, the idea is that in the future, instead of calling your ships to a pad, you can call your ships up from a freight elevator and then load them directly into your ship. A lot of people saw that as the only saving grace for the freight elevators, because the other thing that freight elevators are adding is all of your cargo is now going to come up from a freight elevator and you have to manually load it. So you buy 42 SCU of Quantanium, you're going to hand load that with a tractor beam into your ship. So it's going to increase the time for loading, and you're going to also have an unloading system where you have to load it back into another freight elevator for delivery. It's also going to, that's how things like the cargo missions are going to work. And so a lot of people are not happy with the idea that they're removing the ability to summon your vehicles and drive them onto your ship is not coming with 3.23. Because a lot of people say that's the only advantage. I'm a little different. I'm a big cargo person, so the idea of having these sorts of things added is exciting to me. And I know there's a lot of other of you out there who are like this, but I understand why a lot of people are like, this is not good for me at all, because it just increases the time that I have to take to make my millions of UEC. But it is what it is. Now, let's go to some more positive news as well. The following cards have been added to the release view, targeting an Alpha 3.23 release window. Arena Commander Custom Lobbies. Custom Lobbies, previously referred to as private matches, makes their return to Arena Commander. Utilizing the new front-end and lobby systems, Custom Lobbies allows players to set up and play matches for any game modes on any map at any time with their own rules. That is fantastic. I know people at Atmo Esports have been waiting for this. I know a lot of PvP groups and other kind of just streamers have been waiting for, and other communities have been waiting for to have like Arena Commander nights where they can customize and do these custom setups. So that's a great addition. It's a long time coming, and I'm glad it's coming in. Grav Royale. Embark on high-speed mayhem and thrilling new game mode, Grav Royale. Engage in intense vehicular combat across diverse maps, mastering your Gravlev vehicles to outmaneuver foes and seize victory in this gravity-defying battle arena. Ooh, a battle arena with gravity anti-gravs. There's going to be some restrictions, I'm sure, but that's pretty cool. Arena Commander Engineering Experimental Mode. 3 limited test experimental modes featuring the engineering gameplay, also referred to as Resource Network, showcased at CitizenCon 2953. Help shape the future of engineering gameplay in Star Citizen by testing and giving feedback to the features and balance showcased in this limited test before it hits the persistent universe. That they showed it off at CitizenCon. It looked really cool. It is the future of multi-crew gameplay. They said they wanted to put it in Arena Commander. It looks like it's coming in 3.23, which is great. It kind of gives another reason for people to actually hop onto Arena Commander. It gives a reason why Arena Commander exists. Then Arena Commander, new flight map, Miner's Lament. Miner's Lament, previously exclusive to racing and part of the Master Modes tests, now opens its treacherous asteroid-laden expanse to all flight modes. Dogfighting in the chaotic beauty of Yellow's Ring for an intense, dangerous, close-quarters showdown. That's awesome. So, I know a lot of people are a little mixed about Arena Commander at best. A lot of people don't like the fact that Arena Commander is still getting support, but it is what it is. That's all this week. No progress tracker update this week as work continues on long-term planning. So, that's the other sort of controversial thing. No progress tracker has been missing from Star Citizen for quite a while now. It's been something that a lot of people have been looking forward to. I think there's been a lot of tinfoil hat about it. A lot of people coming up with conspiracy theories of what's going on. But we did get an update from Jake, who's responsible for keeping that updated. And I do always want to point out the stuff that I do know, talking with Jake, having known Jake for a very long time, is that this update, or this thing with Progress Tracker and the release view, Jake is pretty much the only person who does any of this. That's one of their major jobs at CIG. So they're a one-person show, and they don't get a lot of resources, so they have to use what they have. And here's the kind of update that was mentioned. Get to the right link. All right. So this was posted on Spectrum. Departed said, could you just officially abandon the progress tracker and call it a day? How long is planning nowadays? Used to only be January. And Stuart GT. Gotta love Stuart GT. Planning quarter hasn't finished yet. Because they haven't been updated since November. And GEPT, who J3PT, so they just reintegrated a significant number of people from Squad 42 teams. As a result, changed a lot of their team structures and hierarchies. Yes, it can take some time to finalize planning and the month long to do that. Then Jake replied, "This is accurate, especially considering the team changes. You've already heard some of these changes on ISC, Team Kane, instead of the actor feature team, which means a ton of work to show you this year's planning accurately. There's a bit of planning shifting still going on, but ultimately is positioning us for our biggest and best year yet." Some of that is marketing speak, but generally speaking, what that means is, and you can actually see that if you have been following the monthly reports, they've completely gotten rid of certain teams that existed as separate teams and are now combining them together to create a single team. I think it's just the gameplay features team or the gameplay experience team or something like that is what it's called. And that can cause chaos for reporting, especially if you have people coming over from Squadron 42 who don't report as much of their progress, because if you look at the progress tracker for Squadron 42, it's always been like Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4. So there's a lot of just generic progress on that rather than specific progress like you see in Star Citizen. So that is where Progress Tracker is. It's basically in limbo until the dust settles down and there becomes more of a pattern. Does that mean we're getting it anytime soon? Probably not. I wouldn't expect a Progress Tracker update probably until after 3.23 releases, but who knows? Maybe we'll get it sooner. As always, I want to hear your thoughts on all of this down below. Is this the worst change? Is 3.23 the just, complete title? It's just the beginning of the gutting of 323, where CIG just starts throwing pieces out after being like, look at this juicy steak, and then leaving us the bones. Or is just things change? Things change along planning. I want to hear your thoughts down below. I also want to thank Factor for sponsoring this stream. Fantastic service. I've used it myself in the past. Factor is a service that gets you pre-packaged meals once a week. You put it in your fridge. You can pull them out at any time and cook it up. That's for about a week. Cooking in your microwave, 2 to 3 minutes. They have a lot of different variety in there. They have different, dietary stuff. It's a great service. And you, with my code, you can get 50% off. And you can find that code. The link is in the description and in the top comment. Well, thank you again for watching. For Factor for sponsoring the stream. Thank you for watching the stream. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. One would hope that's the core gameplay pillar team ends up being. I mean, that's what it seems to be designed for when the monthly report was last month.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Coffee.
You can take away my space lasers.
No computers.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
C0FF33 Gaming just resubscribed for 75 months.
75 months? That's like 15 years. Yes, thank you so much for that. You're a very important puppet, very impressive pisser, very good pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, I'll be right back. You still have your fun sounds. Have you played Master Modes, and how do you feel in a Mancani? I haven't used Master Mode in a Mancani. I've just used it on the Buccaneer. And I can say that the Buccaneer has always been my favorite ship, even when it was hot ass, and it is no longer hot ass. It is actually really good. And according to some people, it's straight up the meta. So, I'll be right back.
free, y'all.
Drugs.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Two words. Distress bacon.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Good news, everyone. I like money.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm flying. I'm pilot. It's a democracy. Good news, everyone.
Drugs.
Shit, I'm out.
I love it.
Drugs.
Weapons free, y'all.
Good news, everyone.
Shit, I'm out.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Shit, I'm out.
I love
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
To democracy! Barcelona!
Shit, I'm out.
Drugs. Drugs.
Good news, everyone!
Weapons free, y'all.
I love democracy.
2 words.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Hello, I like money.
All right, I'm back. Took me a bit. Ugh.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Shit, I'm out.
The mic boom was moving on its own. I do have a ghost. I'm really curious to see if the Legionnaire is also useful as a smaller version of the Valkyrie. I think it will, but it's a boarding vessel. The Valkyrie is the dropship. Yeah, but I mean, you can still use the Legionnaire to drop people off, but it's just not designed to do it. But a little weird we haven't gotten a ship release this year, to be honest. They usually drop an LTI token or some BS variant like the Antares that are on this time. We'll see it at 3.23. Almost guarantee you. 3.23 is when we're going to see it. There's a lot of stuff they were working on for 3.23. A brand new ship with variants. The Retaliator? Gold Standard? And then there was another one, which I think is the G12. That's the LTI token is going to be the G12. How big will the Endeavor be? Yes. We'll just kind of wrap this up over the next couple of minutes. Do you have any questions, any comments? Let me know. Lore questions, thoughts on development, any of that kind of stuff. It's always good to see. Cutlass Steel is the best dropship. This is factually correct. CIG has the C2 labeled as a courier. That kind of makes sense. It's a light cargo ship, so and it's a fast ship in comparison to its competitors. So, chance of a Banu ship, unlikely. CIG, if CIG was working on a Banu ship, they'd be working on the BMM. More questions. I'm catching up on the earliest jump point stories. Have you read them all, Paul? Do you plan on covering them in your videos at some point? I definitely plan on covering summaries of them for sure, but the problem is that a lot of them are very old. We actually did a video. I did a Lore Citizen podcast looking at some of those stories, but my favorite is still Cassandra's Tears. It is the first one that released, and it is the reason why Cal Mason is best boy. He is my Star Citizen husband, and none of you can stop. You should all read Cassandra's Tears because it is such a blast from the past. It is absolutely 100% nuts. Because the writers have to write around the fact that they have no idea what the game is going to be, but they have the setting and they have some generic ideas. This was Dave Haddock writing a story without any of the details filled out for the universe. It is wonderful, and you should all read it. It is, and in fiction, it is a pulp fiction novel. So it's a fiction novel written about an actual pilot who's famous, who flies in Squadron 42. When I first saw that, Snark, I agree. I saw that, but they actually mentioned it. They have a gunship, which is what the Andromeda is. And then they have a Corvette. And then they have then they have the frigate. So I would imagine that the Caterpillar is going to be a Corvette. Banu ship is unlikely because they're working on anything alien has pretty clearly been focused on the Xi'an stuff lately. Yeah, and that has likely to do with the fact that I'm not going to talk about it. That's actually a spoiler. So not going to talk about it. It's not really if you've been paying attention, but I'm not going to do that. So, is it lore devoted to ship hacking? Not that we know of yet. No. Lore question: there's people who make a career as a jump point pilots, aren't there? Like a cruise pilot who knows the port inside and out. Yeah, they're called jumpers or nav jumpers. Those people aren't really like pilots who can map jump points, but more people who have experience flying through jump points. I remember there going to be about a red pirate looking for someone who's using his name. I think that was one of the first stories. Yes, that was one of the first stories. Kid Crimson. Kid Crimson is an actual person in the verse too, so. How would you say the Master Mode's Super Hornet and Master Mode's Buccaneer compared in how they feel? I didn't have a chance to play with the Super Hornet. I did play with the Buccaneer. But the Buccaneer feels fast. It feels tankier than it used to. It doesn't feel like a stiff breeze would knock it down. And it also feels a lot more maneuverable than, say, a Hornet. Not tremendously so, but definitely, you can definitely outmaneuver a Hornet. But the Hornets feel like they're hard to kill. You just dump rounds into them and they just don't die. All the like the Hornets that I got kills on were like when two different ships were teaming up on a Hornet. Like they are tanky motherfuckers. In the court of the Crimson King. Yes. AstroPub, how does the advent of the Ibrahim sphere affect ship design, or lore that dying is something that can happen more than once? Will we get more duct tape Drake ships? My theory is that the Fury was designed with that in mind, but I can generally speaking, the way that the lore of regen is that it's still new technology, so it's expensive, and because it's new technology and because there's a lot of unknowns, it's still cheaper to try to save someone who is injured than it is to just regen. And there's still a lot of legal questions about regen, so yeah. Hornets are medium fighters. Yes, Hornets are medium fighters. Gion Ship Squadron 42 isn't a spoiler. It was a Citizen Con footage. It was. Yeah, I know. But, like, I didn't want to go too much into it because people may have not watched it. But, yeah, because they have that design language down, it's the reason why we're getting a bunch of ships from Gion manufacturers. Does it fly like a light fighter? So it flies like a light fighter in master modes right now? Hornets? Not really. Light fighters are just like a Gladius is going to turn circles around you. They are incredibly maneuverable. I would say that the Buccaneer flies more like a more nimble medium fighter, but not by that much. That's not my experience. From what I saw, the Gladiuses were absolutely just dogging Hornets. Are there any stories or examples in lore of people abusing regeneration, stealing someone's fears, unauthorized clones, the original person still alive? Well, the process, you can't actually regen somebody who still has an active connection, because you got to remember that the way that Ibrahim spheres work is that you are constantly your imprint is constantly being registered to an Ibrahim sphere across interspace, which is the dimension which jump points travel through. So based off of the understanding of that and the understanding of jump points, interspace seems like it's kind of like a hyperspace or slip space. It's a dimension which is smaller than our dimension, and so by tunneling through that dimension with jump points, we can actually go across long distances, which is actually just short in interspace, compared to interspace. And because of how small it is, you're always connected through something like quantum entanglement through interspace. So it constantly updates. So as long as that connection exists, you cannot print somebody a new body. You can't make clones like that. But there was a story about an actor who got so into their role that they killed themselves multiple times by freezing to death, because the character they were playing was based off an actual person who froze to death, and so they killed themselves in preparation for that role, literally. Ibrahim spheres are one-way data flow only, yes. And unfortunately, anytime you experience trauma, physical or mental trauma, mostly mental trauma, that trauma is then transferred onto your imprint. So now your new life, you also have PTSD. And the likelihood of you getting PTSD increases as the longer you regen. Wonderful, happy times. Star Citizen is a fucking dystopia. You can't even fucking die. It's like the Nether in Minecraft. Yeah. I still say we could obsolete the profession of data runner if we figure out how to use Ibrahim spheres to communicate. Interspace Morse telegraph by modulated injury to host. No. Star Citizen's a hellscape. It's the universe of Star Citizen is awful. Nope. So the happy bye pin, if you are being kidnapped, is the best idea. I mean, sure, but you're just going to regen with trauma, and the people you kill are going to also. So. So they just do the Idris thing. So the Idris is been delayed. So the release of the Idris is coming tomorrow, not today. And it's a capture the Idris sort of mission. So they just wasn't ready to be pushed today. That's why I said release. Hershey Hospitals be like, you have died. We revived you. You are in debt. You're in our debt. Get to work. It literally says in Maria Pure of Heart that you are legally the same person if you regen. So you cannot get out of the lifetime contracts by regenning. Star Citizen is not grimdark. I like to call it grim punk because it's a unique application of grimdark with cyberpunk. And it's not pure grimdark. It's not try-hard grimdark. There is still hope in the Star Citizen universe. And there is hope that change can happen, and there's enough movement for change to happen. It's just never going to be the change you want. It's like you really want, universal healthcare to be a thing in the Star Citizen universe. Well, the best they can do is discount. I call it a grim punk because it's grim dark in a lot of its themes, but a lot of it is just straight up cyberpunk. Like Star Citizen is inspired by 80s cyberpunk fiction. Cyber Grim, not sold that this game will allow us to enough punk. I think you'll see it in Pyro and you'll see it in Nyx. There's definitely right now what we're seeing, especially in like the lore and the perspective, is all from the UEE perspective. But like Nyx is just straight up communists. Like they're communists. They're open communists. They fight anarchists in their own ranks who think they're being too cushy. It's like they are not subtle. CIG is not subtle about it. Wait, you can be given important information, then killed, and have that info when you regen given to your bosses and commanders. Yeah, but you have to kill yourself or be killed, which is not a painless process. And there is memory loss. There are gaps in memories if you regen. So it's like it's not a 100% option, and it's still expensive. It's still more expensive to do something like that and takes more time than, say, flying. But I'm an anarchist, yes. And there are anarchist enclaves in Nyx that are like anarchists. The game with megacorps that own whole planets is inspired by cyberpunk? Can't be. Yeah. Enough talking. Throw me a bone. Does Star Citizen have any lore like this super tweet jet that generated noise complaints over several countries? Not that I know of. I want to live with the free people in Nyx. So like Nyx is like pretty much all of the ultra left folks that follow me have complained that Nyx is corporate because they don't actively try to fight the UEE, and they actively try to appease the UEE by kicking out any radicals out of their midst. But like, we do know of at least one group that is a violent anarchist commune that got kicked out of Nyx, and they said, "Fuck you, we'll do our own Nyx, but with blackjack and hookers," and they live on like these sort of like peripheral moons, and still fuck with Nyx. So, I think that the thing is that Star Citizen as a game has a fundamental depressing view of humanity. There are no good guys in the Star Citizen universe. There are people who are attempting to do good, but those people will always have flaws that other people will point at, because CIG, especially the writers, want to have the world be a giant gray puddle where good and evil are perspectives rather than gameplay mechanics. I mean, look them up. Look up the name of them, because they recently got lore, like a while ago. Like, I'll say recently a while ago, but yeah. Levski. I'd have to go looking through some of the resources that I have, because I'm not seeing them on the Galactopedia. Maybe you've knocked them out? I have to find them. Yeah, no, it was mentioned. There was definitely a mention of that group. So, thank you, Irate. No, I was going through research stuff. So yeah, Nyx is the place where you can see being a good outlaw. So, outlaw gunslinger of the Old West, then. I suppose you could also be a good outlaw on Hurston. Yeah, down with the Hurstons. Burn the Hurstons. If Levski folks were the good guys, they'd be laying mines for UE patrols passing along the trade lanes. They don't, because they also are 100% cowards who want to take credit for the Revolution, but don't also like the UEE. They're trying to play the political middle in the sense that they're trying to be the least egregious outlaw faction that exists. So the UE just has other things to pay attention to, but also, and talk about revolution, like they actively talk about revolution and overthrowing the UEE and freeing the people of the UEE, but they never move on the actions, so. The problem is that being an outlaw faction, they attract a lot of pirates, and so they kick pirates out when they become too loud because they're afraid the UE will find them. So you want a revolution? Well, you know, we all want to change the world. Yeah, that's the thing I like about the lore of Star Citizen is that the developers or the writers are actively trying to make a universe that nobody likes. and that sounds weird, but it's like there's no shining beacon on the hill. No matter what your political alignment, you will find groups that you find absolutely appalling, or that groups that you might align with, but you also hate because they don't align with your specific political beliefs, which in my mind is fantastic because that's how the real world works all the time. And CIG's trying to mimic a lot of the things that make the real world messy to make the universe of Star Citizen messy. Because they want it to be a fucking mess. They want players to be the catalyst for change in the universe. Often not for the good change. Yes, I played it a very little bit. The Measures Falling wasn't the end of the revolution, they were the start. That's the point. The point I always try to make is whenever I hear people being like, well, why would the UEE keep the name United Empire of Earth if they hated the UEE so much? And it's like, motherfucker, you don't get it, do you? It wasn't a revolution, it was a change in management. That's all it was. And they scared the shit out of the population by saying, if you don't do what we say, the economy is going to fail and you're all going to starve to death. It's like, do you not read? Like, it's right in front of you. It's a lie. Little Luna. Dude, if I wanted to look at the crapsack real world, I would turn to his PC and turn off the PC and go outside. I play these games for escapism. Star Citizen is going to have some escapism, but it's not a power fantasy, and it's definitely not going to be a fun universe to like live in. You know, it's not a simple universe, and that's intentional. That doesn't mean there won't be interesting people or people you like in the universe. How big is the Expanse going to be? The Expanse is not that big. It's only, I think it's about the size of the Freelancer. The fact that the Anti-Mass Revolution was like a month long is enough to show how systemic it was. or more accurately, wasn't. Well, it's also important to note that the revolution was coordinated. It was a coordinated revolution that was designed by Fiona Mezer to overthrow her brother. The problem was that she wasn't in charge. She was Trotsky in a world of Stalin. The Tide had said, we don't need you anymore, and just did it on their own, because Fiona Mezer taught them how to infiltrate the systems, and so then they taught all of the other rebel groups how to infiltrate the systems, and then turn the systems on themselves. And then when shit went out of control, she just put her hat on, took her little put on a little coat, put her hat on, took her little suitcase, and said, I'm gonna go I'm gonna go let everything die down a little bit. I'm gonna fuck right off. I mean, from what we could tell, it was pretty violent, but it was also pretty quick, because the military was already at rock bottom morale. And this had happened right after, like a month or so after the Xi'an Peace Treaty, the Akiri Cray peace accords were signed by the Senate and rejected by Linton Mezer. So it's like the people were already pissed. The military was already looking for reasons to rebel. The Senate was already mad at the Mezers. So it was like all of the people who have the power were already stacked up against the Mezers. And then the Tide released the Massacre of Garen II, which was a very public failure by Linton Mezer himself. It was like blamed on Linton, and it was his like cousin who did it. Like like everything was circling. And so then people started protesting, and the Mezers do what they do best, which is they just shot the protesters. The problem was that the rebels had infiltrated the comms network. So when they tried to shut down the comms network to prevent footage of the rebels or of the protests or peaceful protesters getting gunned down by police, it didn't work. So like more footage was going out of civilians being massacred, which pissed off more civilians and caused a lot of military people to turn. So it was like a cascading effect of like a runaway train had hit, and the Mezers just lost all control. It was a flash in the pan political purge that was about as revolutionary as the transition between one Roman dynasty and another, to be honest. Same structure, different names. They did, to be fair, try to do a lot of reforms, but because of the concerns of order and the concerns of a possible civil war, they backed off at the last moment. But it did create a new political party as a means of sort of like a moderate attempt to reform the empire. Ludsky is Tycho Station and Fred Johnson. That's actually a good comparison. That's a very good comparison. Kind of like the symbol, the face of a movement, rather than being the actual movement. The Zeus's aren't going to grow. The reason why they're not going to grow is because the Caterpillar was built in a time before they knew the metrics, but now they do know the metrics, so. Is there lore about hero cargo ships? I mean, there's Racer X. Or no, Ship X is what it's called. Which has been retconned, so I'm mad. But it's already in gray box, Irate. It's already in gray box. The C1 is mostly wings. SSDD. Same shit, different day. Yeah. You can fit two 32 SCU containers in it. Let's eat one. So basically, CIG did a bad job on the C1. I wouldn't say they did a bad job on the C1. The C1 is built as a very specific type of ship for a very specific type of role. It's just not meta or competitive. Its competitor isn't the Zeus. Its competitor is its competitor is the Cutlass and the Freelancer. The Zeus. Look at the Zeus real quick. So the Zeus is... the ES holds 32 SCU of cargo. The MR holds 16 cargo, and the CL holds 128. But its length is 46 meters, and it has a height of 8 meters with a width of 34 meters. Let's look at the C1. So it's only one ship that has that ability, which is the ES. So the C1 has a length of 47.5 meters, a beam of 44 meters, and a height of 10 meters. So the Zeus is slightly shorter and slightly smaller, but has and is slightly smaller in terms of height. It's a medium freight. Yeah, these are called mediums, aren't they? They'd be large. No, they're mediums. And it has a tractor beam. But it also has a higher crew capacity. And it's likely going to be not as fast. So why not as fast? Because you can take one look at it and see that these things are designed for being armored. They're going to be balanced against each other. So the idea being is the Zeus is going to be better at certain things than other stuff. But like, I think the Freelancer Max it's got about the same amount of SCU cargo, if I remember correctly. Let me look it up real quick. 122. So it has almost as much cargo as the ES, but it is smaller. It's 38 meters in length. So if the Freelancer Max can hold 122 cargo, and it is shorter and has a slightly larger beam, so it's only slightly wider. It's only 2 meters wider than the ES. Then 100% the ES can hold 126, 128. Oh, and you lose access to vital components. That's true too. If you'll see Star Citizen will ever match its achievements, it is nailed in the art, in the gameplay aspects, or will it always be far behind? Can you be a little bit more specific, my name? Because you're being kind of vague in terms of what do you mean? Like, what do you mean by achievements? It's nailed in the art, but in gameplay aspects. That is true as well, Luna Maria. I believe that the CL is also not going to be nearly as maneuverable in atmosphere as the C1. The C1, I think, is going to have a bit better performance, though I do think the CL is going to be able, like the Zeuses are going to, because they have a lifting body frame, they're going to be they're going to glide a lot easier. They're not smaller by that much, though. We're talking about a couple of meters here and there, rather than, like, dramatic changes. But yeah, no, like the Freelancer Max can hold almost as much cargo and is smaller. So yeah, 100% I can see the CL being able to do that, just because it's built different. It's the way it's built. It's just the C1 uses a lot of space. Good night, Andrew. And they actually kind of made it make sense in lore too. The reason why the C1 and the Spirit series is built the way they are is because they're recycled. They're using the frame of an old shuttle designed by Seraphim Systems, the progenitor of Crusader. So they're basically old designs being brought up to modern standards so they can take older designed ships and then reuse them. The gameplay aspects feel rushed and contrived, lack of detail and creativity, too many easy outs like beam use, etc. They're going to add more complexity to the game, if that's what you're saying. Because there's definitely going to be some aspects like the beams are definitely going to be the main way that you interact with the universe. There's going to be a lot more other shortcuts that CIG is going to take because they want to kind of get the game out for players to play. But you'll have things like, a good example of this is cargo elevators. Cargo elevators are a way that you can get access to cargo and store stuff in cargo, but it means that if you want to get large contents that you're saving for later, you have to go to the place you put it in, you have to pull it out of the cargo, and you have to kind of access it. So it's going to slow some of the gameplay down, but it'll also have a little bit more granularity in some of the storage. You know it's not going to fly like shit, Iris. It's going to fly like the best thing ever when it comes out, because CIG is going to sell 4,000 of them, and then the next patch they're going to nerf it into the ground, like they always do. But I'm gonna call it off here shortly. But from the sounds of things, my name, it sounds like though you've kind of made up your mind already about Star Citizen. That you think it's a rushed game that's mostly focused on flash over substance. So I'm not gonna be able to change your mind if that's the case, but. No problem. And this kind of goes for everybody. I'm not here to change your mind about Star Citizen. Only you can make up that mind. You make up your mind. And to be fair, there's something that Arrowhead Studios CEO has on one of their social media posts, which is a game for everyone is a game for no one. So at the end of the day, Star Citizen is going to be a game for some people, and it won't be a game for others. So I think a lot of Star Citizen suffers from success. It suffers from financial success because a lot of people think that because of the grandiose vision of Star Citizen, that the game is going to be the best game ever made. It's going to make all other games fall to shame. And for some people it will, but for others it's just going to be a cobbled together piece of rushed stuff to justify sales. And for other people, it'll be a too complicated, over-bloated, unfun sim nightmare. And for others, it'll be an arcadey, too simplified, not detailed enough, like boring mess. You know how I know this? Because that's how gamers are. You know, I've seen people argue what games that are critically and financially successful, that are darlings, that win tons of awards, are boring. I have seen people full fucking straight-faced say that Baldur's Gate 3 is boring, or that it's bad, when every critical reception and every review I've seen fucking glows about it. And I can tell you that that person who said that with their full fucking chest believes it. Yeah, this game is bad, reviewed by 10,000 hour player. Gamers are a fickle group, and you're never going to achieve anything. The only thing you can hope for is, especially with Star Citizen, is if you enjoy the game, if you find aspects of the game you like, and CIG starts to fuck with it, giving them feedback to say, hey, I preferred it like this rather than this is the way you can change it, and finding other people who agree with you. But if you're just kind of checking in because it's the flavor of the week, or it's hyped and, you know, a bunch of people are talking about how it's the future of video gaming, you're going to be disappointed, just because nothing's going to live up to the hype of your brain. So those are just edgelords, though. That's just gamers, though. It is gamers. I mean, like, there are people who thought that like when Cyberpunk came out, thought it was awful and terrible, and will always think that. And there are people who played the Liberty expansion, Phantom Liberty, and now think it's one of the best games of all time. These people exist in the same universe. It's 100% gamers with a G, with a capital G. That's gamers. That's just how it functions. gamers are a weird group of a very diverse group of people who have different opinions and have different kind of aspects, and they're all very passionate because all of y'all are spending way too much time on video games, living in digital worlds that you become very connected to. I will, till the day I die, be a Halo fan. And I will put up with some garbage shit from Halo. But it won't, but I almost certainly, like, I will go a long way of forgiving, like, Halo Infinite for what it is. I'll meet it where it's at. But I also know there are people, like I will almost never buy a PlayStation because I just don't see a need to. And there are PlayStation exclusives that I just have no care to even try. Because it wasn't part of my youth growing up and it wasn't part of me. So, like, there's those sorts of connections happen. Says the guy that built an entire channel on the lore of one video game. I'm not immune to it. It's happening live in front of you in this chat. Yeah. Liberty didn't change Cyberpunk, just added to it. But after Liberty was released, so many people bought it because they wanted to see it if it changed, and saw the change that had already happened in the past that was an improvement. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying that the game itself suddenly became better, but people's perspective on it changed because it got a announced expansion that got attention and got their attention to come back to it. It was good. It was better, but it was better before the Liberty expansion, and the Liberty expansion just added to more of the fixes that they did. But, like, there are people in the Star Citizen community who've come to my chat and still call No Man's Sky No Man's Lie. Or any other sorts of, like, derisive thing about No Man's Sky. That hasn't been the opinion of the general gaming community in years. People get into a mindset and they will never leave it. That's why I say, I am not here to change your mind about Star Citizen. Only you can do that. And if you say Star Citizen is always going to be a scam, you're never going to change your mind about it unless you yourself decide to either change it because of your own experiences or, Star Citizen gets better. There's no convincing somebody once they've made up their mind. People will tie themselves in knots to justify their own beliefs rather than admit being wrong. I'm no exception to that rule. I try to be better. I try to be comfortable about being wrong. The most I just get mad when I'm wrong. I usually get mad at other people. Not like y'all, but like CIG. Only you can prevent renting balls. Only I can. I'm going to die on this hill because I just arbitrarily picked the side of the topic I've just learned about. It sounds insane, piss poor Pete, but welcome to American politics. Welcome to American culture. And it's not unique to America. It's just we're the most loud about it. Welcome to human nature, circa the dawn of civilization. You do it also. Everyone does it. That's one of the things that, like, when I started going to school for history, like going to college for history, One of the things you learn when you go through historiography class is everyone has an opinion and everyone has a bias. You're never going to get rid of it. You can just acknowledge your bias and argue from your point, but acknowledging you have a bias is one way of making sure that everyone understands from what perspective you're coming at something from. So people can better kind of interpret your information and your perspective on history. My bias doesn't necessarily make me better or worse than everybody else, and the same thing with other people's biases. But understanding the bias will understand the point, the perspective, where someone's coming from, what they're doing, and all those sorts of things like that. So, you're good. No, my name. You just got me to rant. That's all. There's a great video from Royal Institute where Tom Scott gives a lecture on there's no algorithm for the truth from a couple years ago that does a great job of identifying the driving forces of a lot of societal changes going on in the world right now. Well, that's actually another thing that I learned in that was drilled into my head by my professors in college. There's no such thing as the truth. There's a wonderful quote that's often bypassed by people when they watch Indiana Jones, and I think it was the Raiders of the Lost Ark, where he goes up to the board and says, archaeology is the study of facts, not truth. If you want truth, the philosophy is down the hall. And archaeology is anthropology. Anthropology is a social study, same with history. And we both deal in the same ideas. Facts, and the difference is, well, not even difference. We both interpret the facts the way we have, but our interpretations are not going to be the same. When you come to that, when you come to that realization, when you've come to that realization as a person that there is no such thing as the truth, it can fuck with you. Especially if you grew up with the ideas of truth and your truth or the truth of the universe or something like that, because it's hard to justify what's true and untrue when there's no such thing. Interpretation, yeah. You can only see the universe from your perspective and from your experiences. So it's hard to gather other people's experiences, but we're all being bombarded with views that reaffirm our pre-existing beliefs that make us angry because what we believe in the keeps us on the platform and what keeps us on the platform means we can be served more ads. And turns out having every person being directly targetable is bad for society and mental health. Back to Star Citizen. Yeah, I'm going to kind of wrap this up here, but I mean, all of this is sort of surrounding around Star Citizen because that's one of the things that I always try to point out. Like, I try never to shit talk other content creators, unless they're Nick, because I like to fuck with Nick, and Fair Salt, and Fast Cart and Fair Salt. That's just because I like them. But I try to never shit talk other content creators because their perspectives are different from mine. Doesn't mean that they're wrong or right. You know, Voidy is going to approach the game different from Space Tomato. Space Tomato is going to approach the game differently from Detox. Detox is going to approach the game differently.
Senale just discovered the meaning of life. 42.
I sleep like a baby, knowing my opinions are objectively true all the time. Man, I wish I had that level of confidence. God damn. What about my truth? Speak your truth. Tweak your truth to power. But that's one of the reasons why I enjoy content creators in Star Citizen, and why I try to accept other people for discussions. But it's also why I can't stand when I see people who make a stand and then move goalposts in a way that is just to reaffirm their own opinions. Because it's like, it's great to be critical and to think critically about a company who's trying to survive, so they're going to do everything they can to survive. CIG, you can think of CIG as like an animal. It only has one goal: survival, and it will do almost anything it can within reason that won't hurt itself to survive. And how it survives is to consume money. And anything that gets in the way of it consuming enough money to survive is going to be removed if they can. They will do anything to do so. They're a dog that will beg for any treat possible and trick you at any time to get what they need to, because that's all they care about. Because CIG is not a person, it is an entity. And approaching it from that perspective can help you kind of understand a little bit more about things. But the problem is that CIG is also run by people. And people are flawed, and they have ideas which are different from you, and can cause they can disagree with each other. And so combining the idea of companies are not people, but monsters, almost money monsters, and that people still have the desire to express themselves and to build, and those things don't mesh so well. So when you just have this perspective and not this perspective, the monster is going to always be there. And that monster is always going to be evil because that's all it cares about is money. But if you only look at the people who are the artists and trying to do a great game and making the best damn space sim ever, you're ignoring the fact that this side also exists. And whenever I see someone kind of focusing on one rather than the other, or more one than the other, I kind of go, why? That's why when I make a joke like, but credit card go whoosh, like what I mean is CIG will do everything it can to survive. There is nothing sacrosanct to them. There's nothing that is verboten to them. They will do anything and everything if they're desperate enough. There's no such thing in truth. There's no such thing as truth. I just like normal people. It's one of the reasons why I often know, because I know a lot of people who work at CIG. I often say I would, if CIG started to move the direction that a lot of other companies have moved, I would not be happy with CIG or Star Citizen. But they haven't. They treat their employees pretty well, and they do their best to try to make a fun game. So I give them more benefit out than not. That's weird. That's odd. My credit card swipe's not whoosh. Obviously, if there's the wrong one. And CIG needs to make a mobile gacha game to make billions. Listen, Stark, I have already hired artists to design to turn ships into anime waifus. All CIG has to do is Chris, just call me back. I got a $1 billion idea. You make $1 billion in a month. Okay? Easy money. All right? Just call me back. That's more of a meta discussion on Star Citizen and CIG, but yeah. Damn it, Swift Joe, I'm about to go to bed. Behold my mighty raid. Hey, Smithy Joe. Welcome, everyone, from Smithy Joe's stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley. Welcome to the Office Hours. This is my stream where I talk a little bit. We talk Star Citizen. We talk news, lore, and more. We're getting kind of philosophical here with CIG and CIG as a business and all these sorts of things, but, you know. Not just waifu ship paints. All right, I'll be right back, and then we're gonna raid somebody. So. That's what corporations are for. All right. It's just tequila. He's a happy drunk. That's great. All right, let's find someone to raid. So yeah, I will be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow for Star Citizen. Originally it was going to be Helldivers, but Loken messaged me and was like, "Brother, do you wish to take out an Idris?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do wish to take an Idris." So we're gonna try to wrestle up an Idris tomorrow. Who knows if that works or not? And then on Saturday we're gonna be streaming bright and early. I'll be streaming at 7 a.m. my time, so that's 8 a.m. Eastern. 5 a.m. Pacific, and I will be streaming for at least 8 hours, but it's going to be our pubathon, which is a fundraiser I do at the end of the month. It's just kind of an excuse for a long stream, but the more donations or subs or bits we get, the longer I'm going to stream, up to 24 hours. So if we get beyond the 8-hour mark, we'll go through Captain's Table, and then if we go beyond the Captain's Table, if we say get to like 16 hours, I'll pause the timer, go to bed, you wake up in the morning, and then we'll continue the stream until we get through all of the 24 hours. So check that on Saturdays. We'll basically be, if everything goes right, then I'll basically be streaming from like 7 a.m. on Saturday to like midnight, and then from like 7 a.m. on Sunday to like 4. So if you want a long stream with a lot of content, make sure you check us out. There at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. You'll see me streaming. Yeah. And yeah, there's also going to be a lore video for the Santokiai. The Santokiai. That's how you say it. Is coming out Saturday. So, see you then. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. What time tomorrow? 7 p.m. tomorrow. So a little early. Saturdays, or Fridays I have to stream a little earlier because Loken is different time. 5 a.m. PST is Saturday, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday, so tomorrow is going to be at 7 p.m. EST, which is 4 p.m. Pacific. Lady up.